Ready? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the Santa Clara City Council Stadium Authority Joint Meeting. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Confirmation of a quorum, City Clerk?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Confirming your quorum.
Thank you. So we have two items for the study session. Today, item 1A, we're going to start with study session to review proposed fiscal year 25-26 and fiscal year 26-27 biennial operating budget and fiscal year 25-26 capital improvement program budget changes. City Manager.
That was a lot. Thank you, Mayor. The item before you is the second of 3 budget study sessions and public hearings for our proposed 2-year budget. The prior session was on May 13th, and your final adoption is scheduled for June 10th. At the May 13th budget study session, staff provided a detailed presentation with highlights of the proposed 2-year budget for both the operating and capital funds, as well as an update on your City Council priorities. The City Council at that same meeting provided feedback and asked a handful of questions. We have included written responses to those questions in your packet, and we are here tonight to provide another high-level presentation of the proposed budget, as well as present those responses. Those responses can be found on attachment 3 to the staff report. With that, I will turn this presentation over to Ken Lee, our Director of Finance.
Welcome.
Thank you, City Manager. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council. Ken Lee, Director of Finance. Appreciate the opportunity to talk about the budget again, and because it is such a lot of information in that 600-page book and a very important policy document for you, welcome the engagement again tonight. And so, very short agenda. I'll cover a high-level summary of our proposed budget. I know I had a lot of slides the last time, so I'm not going to repeat all that just for sake of brevity, but that is available on the web as well as through post-meeting materials. I do want to focus the presentation on follow-up from that May 13th meeting. I know many of you had a lot of questions, so I wanted to focus on the answers and responses to that and then provide the context leading into the next June 10th budget public hearing. So just by way of overview, the proposed budget allows for targeted investments. I think as your finance director, relief to have a budget here that doesn't include severe cuts, but rather targeted additions and investments in key areas. It closely aligns with the City Council's priority area of focus. In April of this year, you may recall the study session that the council had to reaffirm and add to and amend the priority areas of focus as shown on the chart on the right. Proposals in the budget include enhancements to city services such as police and fire services, development review services for permit review, housing and homelessness, sustainability, and library materials. The budget also includes an allocation and staffing for the uplift of our GEO bond implementation later tonight, and in fact later in this study session you'll hear part 2 with regards to our GEO bond and as those activities kick off. And then staffing and resources to support the stadium's major events. From a fiscal approach, the budget restores our budget stabilization reserve to 25% of expenses. That's an important tool in the downturns in economic kind of uncertain situations, whether it's a disaster and or softening of our revenues. It's important as a city to keep 25%. So this restoration is our first time as a city since the COVID pandemic. The budget uses, for the most part, one-time funds for one-time uses, and then also includes funding for a project, a fiscal sustainability plan project. I mentioned this in depth in my last presentation, and the goal of that project, that study, is really to address some of the needs, funding needs, restoration, and growth of our city that's not included in our 10-year general fund forecasts, review all our line items for revenues and expenses, and produce a capacity with an implementation plan. And then last bullet here, just want to note, The forecast includes the beginning of annual contributions to our capital reserve. While not sufficient for fully funding it from a structural standpoint, trying to move away from the pay-as-you-go method and start to build a foundation for ongoing contributions. By way of numbers, our proposed budget, the first year, $1.55 billion. A couple things I want to note here as part of the June 10th item before you at the next meeting. Staff will recommend the addition of capital carryovers as those projects don't stop on June 30th when the fiscal year stops. They continue. That $1.5 billion budget will likely grow to about 1.8, 1.9. And then 1.4 billion in the second year. Some of the variances in the dollars there related to debt around our utilities and the timing of an issuance of debt. By way of positions, I had a handful of slides in the last presentation. This is just a summary of the changes of positions between our current fiscal year 24-25, walking us through 25-26. Before the council as part of Tuesday's agendas, the council has approved already 18.25 positions or so. This budget adds another 21, and I'll talk about some of the key areas in the presentation. Then in year 2, with the expiration of our fire grant, some of the net change there of 2 positions. By way of expenditures by department, our city is a full-service city, as you know. SVP and water and sewer are large utility lines of business enterprises, account for 72% of the budget. Police and fire, 10% of the budget. Public works and a lot of the capital activity, 7%. And then with the rest of the departments, about 11% of the budget. This is all funds, so when you take that $1.5 billion number or so, how it's split up between the different departments. And then on this slide, just a reminder, the budget includes funding for a fiscal sustainability project. This is important as we look ahead to provide capacity for budgetary shortfalls in year 2 through 6 of the 10-year forecast. You may recall that I talked about the imbalance between revenues and expenses. Provide capacity, hopefully, to fund additional services and infrastructure needs, and then plan for city growth beyond what's in the baseline budget. So the timeline here, looking to release an RFP in the summertime with the goal of getting kicked off early next fiscal year. With regards to the capital budget amendments, this does reflect the second year of an approved 2-year budget. So the changes before you reflect changes to estimated project costs or timelines. I mentioned the carryover funds will be brought forward as part of the next budget action during the budget adoption on June 10th. And then GEO bond updates. While we do have GEO bond items today on the council agenda, specific project updates and timelines will be provided separately. So with regards to the forecast and the changes included in this proposed budget, from that baseline forecast that I presented last study session, the budget for 25-26 includes $23 million of additional sources and the allocation of those sources to specific uses. And so in that 10-year forecast in that first year, it had a $9.3 million revenue to expense surplus. The budget includes about $14 million of current year dollars that were not in the budget and were identified with the goal of filling our budget stabilization reserve. So that included some of our sales tax revenues that were exceeding performance this year, as well as our stadium performance rent and excess revenue. So those dollars we're looking at to build our reserves. And then on the use side, the funding of city council priorities and city services, $3.8 million, GEO bond implementation, $1 million, and then I talked about the reserve allocations. As you look at the second year, the proposed budget does propose to carry over some of the reserves from the first year to the second year to help fund the priorities and the budget proposals in that second year. So council priorities, city services, $2.9 million, GEO bond, $2 million in that second year, rounding out the reserve contribution for a total of $7.2 million in that second year. When we take a snapshot of our reserves, this budget increases our budget stabilization reserve to meet the policy level of 25%. At the peak of the pandemic, that reserve was allowed to decrease to 15%, so this restores that reserve over $80 million for the first time since before the pandemic. From a capital project standpoint, allocates an additional $1 million, and a very modest amount, but the start of ongoing dollars there to build that reserve balance, $8.8 million. Pension stabilization reserve, I'll talk about that a little bit in the Q&A. There was a question about how we fund our unfunded liability. $34.6 million in the general fund, about $50 million all funds for that stabilization reserve. And then the land sale reserve, $10 million allocated by policy for property sale proceeds to be allocated for use of property purchases. You may recall, as part of the swim center item, we are temporarily, at least $8.1 million, allocating land sale reserve to fund those improvements until the bonds could be issued and reimbursed. So the next section, I wanted to focus on the Q&A from the City Council and some of the feedback. And we heard from you. We heard that there's a desire and importance for fiscal sustainability as reflected in this budget. And so some of the feedback we heard included understanding our fiscal condition, how SVP contribution, solid jobs to housing ratio, how do we create additional capacity with regards to our budget, the need for ongoing funds from a capital infrastructure. There were some comments about having potentially a change to our $5 million policy. The budget stabilization reserve I mentioned at 25%, so it's around fiscal sustainability as a theme. We heard a lot of feedback from the City Council. There was an interest, at least a couple comments around library materials, and so as part of the June 10th budget adoption, we'll look at potential amendments in that area. There was interest around the 2026 events, the tracking of expenses and reimbursements. There was questions and feedbacks around council priorities, how they're tracked, how they're balanced with workloads, and how we proceed with the ones that are selected in the budget. And as the city manager mentioned, all the Q&A are provided through written responses in attachment 3. So this next section, what I'll do is I'll just read off the question that was asked at the meeting and provide a verbal response here in addition to what's written in the report. And if there's clarification needed, happy to answer additional questions and or clarification after the Q&A. So the first question responding to, it was asked that regarding the expansion of the city's fiber network, how will the fiber be used? And there was a comment about private businesses providing that service. And we know that through the council priority session process that there is a deficiency in parts of the city. And so there's areas of the city where the internet is not as reliable or available at the speeds that are desired to residents and businesses. So the objective of this study is to provide options to ensure that 100% of the city has broadband access. That's funding for the study itself and providing solutions. It doesn't include the answer, which may include partnerships with private industry and or looking at our own service. Question number 2, there was a question on the transient occupancy tax revenue, the increase on, I believe, the one slide of 20%. And so I wanted to provide some clarification. That slide showed the revenue estimate, which matched the current adopted budget of $22.9 million. If you may recall just timing of the budgets, that budget was produced the same time last year, different revenue projections. And so when we look at this year, we're actually tracking to exceed the current year level, close to $25 million. Because of that higher starting point, that was the basis for which we developed the 25-26 revenue estimate of 27.5. And so when you look at this, that's about 9% growth higher than that higher estimate. And it factors a couple things. One is the annualization. You may recall January 1st of this year was the last year of the implementation of that TOT rate increase from 12.5 to 13.5, so next year reflects a full year of that, as well as continued growth and recovery around our hotels. Question number 3, so around library materials, what's funded, what's unfunded, and so the unfunded need originally was $290,000 annually to restore library materials. The 2-year budget includes one-time dollars in each year of $145,000 in 25, 26, and 26, 27. Leaving an unfunded balance of $145,000 each year. And we understand, we heard some feedback from the council to potentially restore that amount. And just working with our city librarian, those restored funds generally are used to support both the digital inventory as well as our non-digital materials, 60-40% kind of split, a focus on a lot of our children's programs and our children's and young adult circulation. And they go hand in hand with our programming. And so the key here is that those materials and these limited dollars will be used to enhance the collection as well as our programming. Question number 4, there was a question around the additions in the building division. There were positions and roughly $2 million of increases for both consulting and staffing. And so whether that took into account the internal audit. And so the answer is yes. Our Community Development Director did take that into account with regards to that review by Baker Tilly. That audit will be brought forward to the Audit Committee in June, and so that will be made public, and this budget aligns to the recommendations included in that audit. Question number 5 around the Tasman-Lafayette Walkway feasibility study. So there is $200,000 included in this budget. That's an initial funding. We know there was a question around stadium dollars as well as private development dollars, and all those funding options are on the table as that study is developed and determined from a standpoint of schematic design, construction plans, and full cost, which will be a lot more than the $200,000. I think there's opportunities to seek out both federal and state grants as well as those other funding sources. Because that issue at Great Crossing is a citywide issue, even though there are a lot of stadium events, it also is an issue during non-event days. Question number 6, there was a question on a report for the utilization of SV Hopper, and so that is a report that our Public Works Department is working with the vendor as well as the city of Cupertino on, and that report, once it's completed, will be brought forward to the council in the next couple months. There was a question on the increase in the budget for general liability insurance associated with the events and why it's funded by the city versus the stadium authority. And so I want to just start off, that is funding identified for potential insurance premiums. That was an initial quote that we received from our self-insured insurance broker alliance. And so while there wasn't a spike in claims surrounding Super Bowl 50 10 years ago with regards to coverage, there was a change in terms of insurance, city insurance coverage provided at the time. It's also important to note this is city insurance coverage. There is separate, both stadium authority funded insurance coverage for non-NFL events. There is contemplated within the FIFA documents separate insurance coverage required for those specific events that would be paid for by the Bay Area Host Committee's dollars. But with regards to the risk around our city, the number of visitors, the number of interest in our city, there's details here on the bottom here. Our self-insured retention during Super Bowl 50 went from $5 million to $3 million, so that this insurance policy covered an additional $2 million retention here. And then our policy limits grew from $20 to $65 million. Our current limit is 50, so a little bit less than what it was during Super Bowl 50. And so as we work with our attorney's office and risk division there, and work through kind of the decisions around city insurance, this allocation would allow for additional insurance if the city chose to procure that additional insurance. Question number 8, there was a clarification around the budget for SVRIA, and we did look at this budget does include enough funds to fund that, so appreciate the comments on the updated amount. There was also a comment on cost estimates for our share of the treatment plant, and so we did look at that and see that the number did change, and so as part of the June 10th budget adoption, we'll include adjustments to make sure that that allocation in the water and sewer funds are correct. With regards to major events in 2026, the question number 10, how are these being supported by staff, and are there additional positions recommended to address workload? So major events are supported by existing staff, as needed staff, use of overtime, staff from outside agencies, and I have a breakdown in the attachment 3. There are no new positions, at least currently in this budget. And as kind of the planning and the event gets closer, if needed, those items and resources would be brought back before the council if needed. For the unfunded priorities, there's a question, were any previously identified priorities removed from the list? And so there are items that staff's currently working on developing reports that will be brought forward separately to the City Council. Those include RV parking, Vision Zero, general parking. And so with the update of the City Council priority initiatives, twice a year, staff will bring forward updates to those items. But items that were removed were items considered and identified as part of that report in April as baseline or ongoing. And so that's what's been removed from the list. Item number 12, or question number 12, around GEO bond projects. How can changes be brought forward for the expenditure plan? And I know there was a concern about the timeliness. And so the ordinance that the voters approved and included in the documents that were approved by our voters include the procedure, and it's very specific with regards to any changes to that expenditure plan. Staff would make that recommendation. It would go to the Bond Compliance Citizen Oversight Committee for their review and recommendation, and would require, any amendment would require unanimous approval by the City Council. So there was very specific language in the bond documents for that. Question number 13, number of City Council priorities. Does staff have the capacity to address all those? And so that's always a balancing act with depending on the department and the priority and the resources needed. Our goal is to balance day-to-day operations. Those priorities, we understand our council are the highest on the list. And so as those move forward, staff will bring forward recommendations for resource allocation if needed. And you've seen some of those in this budget document specific to homelessness and permitting. And so as those priorities progress and move forward and reports are provided to the council, if resources are needed, that they will be identified. But that's always a balancing act with our city departments and the completion of those priorities. With regards to capital infrastructure, I did mention in my prior presentation, in year 10, there's a $10 million ongoing amount included in the 10-year forecast. That's a significant ramp up from what we had as a pay-as-you-go system. And so should the city's budget policy change from the $5 million, and that is a council decision. That direction could be provided by the board if needed. We have that awareness of the unfunded need identified as every 2-year capital improvement project budget. We bring forward an updated list. If the council so choose to change that policy, we would receive that direction, and our recommendation would be to give that direction if needed, and then implement that as part of our fiscal sustainability plan from the identification of potential capacity. Question around labor costs, assuming the 10-year forecast. Those specific numbers are provided to the council as part of closed session negotiations, but I do want to mention the forecast does go through a very detailed analysis, position by position, benefit by benefit. We contract with an actuary for retirement costs. We work with CalPERS and work with our HR department to get a very, very detailed and fine-tuned labor cost included in the forecast. Question 16 around the unfunded pension liability. By budget policy currently, staff brings forward during the December timeframe and during our year-end budget true-up or reconciliation, a recommendation to fund 1% of the value of the unfunded liability. Now, we took a pause during our COVID pandemic years, but you'll see another recommendation potentially this coming December. When you look at the trust balance or budget pension stabilization reserve, current balance of about $49 million. From a funding ratio, that does raise our city to 64.5% funded compared to about the state average of 70% for cities in CalPERS agencies. And so that funding ratio is a function of both CalPERS investment return as it relates to their assumptions, demographics around retirees and active employees, and decision points. Some of you may recall our actuary actually presented at the council decisions dating back to before 2000 when the plan was over 100% funded. And so a lot of factors going into that unfunded liability. Some options, even beyond the 1% value, if the council chose to provide different policy direction, that's one option for the council. Another option that some cities have undertaken, though it's not best practice, is pre-funding that full liability and paying from a debt service perspective on an ongoing perspective. There's other risk in terms of timing and future kind of performance that would come into play. So that's not part of the plan. And so we have identified as part of the fiscal sustainability project, an area will be to identify how can the city address this unfunded liability, in what ways, what other capacity could we have to help fund this liability. There was a question on separate budgets and position counts for police and fire, so provided it in the written response here, but in generalities here, our fire department is about 4.5% of our total city budget, 21% of our general fund budget. Police department's 5.6% of our city budget, and about 29.8% of our general fund budget. There was a question around IT staff and addressing future workload and changing needs such as AI. And so I do want to note that the budget does include, on that, I think, FTE change slide, there was an addition of a position in the last budget. For the IT department, there is an additional position in this budget for the IT department. Those positions, the small number of specific city IT positions, partner with the contracted service provider Unisys, and you'll see contract items come separately as part of that contract renewal over the next several months. And so that those resources are needed to continue very specifically around project implementation. I mentioned that every department head probably has a short list of IT type of projects that we would want, or our wish list. And so having two project manager type positions to help manage and get some of those projects through and across the goal in a quicker manner, more efficient manner is an important kind of need for our city. And so that was the thought process with regards to this specific allocation for this additional position. With regards to park in lieu fees, are they sufficient to purchase parkland? How are needs for new park space being balanced? And so working with the Parks and Recreation Director, we do have an internal policy. You might have seen the allocation in our capital budget. 25% of park in lieu fees are allocated to parkland acquisition. That was an allocation that was in the last 2-year budget. Estimated balance of $11.5 million. That continues to grow as we receive park in lieu fees. The current fair market value for an acre is roughly $5.25 to $5.7 million, depending on location. And given 3 to 5 acre park for a neighborhood community park would take significant dollars, around $15 to $20 million to buy the land and potentially build out some amenities. And so the Parks Department is looking at an RFP, or request for proposals, over the next fiscal year to work with a vendor to identify potential areas for parkland acquisition as that allocation continues to grow. The prioritization in terms of location as well as dollars used. And so that balancing approach will be needed as As you know, also there is a large potential park as part of the related project, so balancing the dollars available for parks across the city. Question 20, how much does the city spend supporting the unhoused, and how are we addressing service needs? So working with the housing division, we spend about $900,000 or close to $1 million on services for unhoused and homeless prevention. That includes partnering with the county for intensive case management, tenant-based rental assistance, mobile shower and laundry services. Funding of these are through the various housing funds, Housing Authority, City Affordable Housing, Housing Successor Agency, and HUD. And with regards to kind of the federal budget and potential risk, HUD would be a funding source potentially at risk there. The city also received a state grant, $1.8 million, currently proposing to use this for emergency and inclement weather shelters, as well as mobile outreach and case management. And so there is a study session scheduled for July 8th with a much more detailed response than I could give with regards to some of the housing and homelessness activities that the city is undertaking. Question 21, are there ongoing positions funded with one-time funds, and how are those going to be addressed moving forward? So acknowledging that there are roughly 7 positions included in this budget funded by one-time funds, with the idea that, you know, in order to accelerate and advance some of the council priorities and address some of the needs in service areas, working with the city manager and recommending some positions that in those key areas. And so those would need to be funded through either capacity identified through the forecast update in the future or the fiscal sustainability plan project. Question 22, are there additional surplus funds in the general fund projected for 24-25? I mentioned some of the areas where the city has done well in terms of performance, especially around sales tax, property tax, TOT tax. So we are forecasted to have extra dollars as part of the year-end close. We will bring forward that report, a full detail of that report in December, and that's historically when we've allocated dollars to our capital reserve, our pension trust. So we use those one-time dollars to fill the buckets, and then if there are other needs that arise by that time, welcome feedback from the council with regards to those fundings. Question 23, with regards to increase in salaries and benefits. So on a year-to-year basis, the increase from 24-25 to 25-26 is about 11.4%. Now that includes adjustments to salaries, baseline adjustments to salaries, as needed and overtime staffing, resources around our large stadium events or special events at the stadium, updates and increases for retirement costs, working with CalPERS and our actuary, health allocations, and other benefits. So all in all, including the FTE headcount, about an 11% growth there. Question 24, funding around the city charter amendment, and why is it incorporated now? And so $100,000 included in the budget. That work plan was approved by the Governance and Ethics Committee, includes a charter update proposal. If that were to move forward, these funds would be a deposit to that work. Likely more dollars could be allocated or needed based on that work plan that was approved. If the council does not move forward with that charter amendment, those dollars would return to the general fund. Question 25, around funding set aside for major events and a dashboard. So the budget does include $11.4 million for personnel, non-personnel costs associated with Super Bowl and FIFA events. When you break that down, the bulk of those dollars are around overtime and outside agency public safety costs. There's a table in the attachment. About 1.2 are salary costs, typically associated with staff that are assigned to special events in our police department. So there is a special event unit division that would have some regular time allocated to that event. And all those costs budgeted in the budget are anticipated to be reimbursed, and a status report and a dashboard will be lifted up on a quarterly basis, updated for each major event. Question 26, will the time spent on major events displace normal city service delivery? how much of our city services are being impacted. I mentioned earlier the balancing act of our priorities and our staff. The bulk of the labor costs to lift the events, including public safety, are on overtime and as needed, as well as other agencies. There are costs, 1.6 million or so, of regular time, and so that's when we're looking at displacement of normal city services. Those are the staff costs that are being allocated to this event. And so, but for the most part, this additional capacity through overtime. So leading into the June 10th public hearing and adoption, several documents are required in order to approve the budget, and we'll have our appropriation schedule, which provides the legal limit for all our departments to allocate and spend dollars, capital budget carryovers from 24-25 to 25-26. Any changes to the proposed budget, including responses and feedback from the City Council from this session as well as the last session, and then from a state legislative requirement, a GAN limit or appropriation limit will also be before the council on June 10th. And so with that, that concludes my presentations. I hope I've answered all the questions, but happy to take any other feedback or questions from the council or the public if needed.
Okay, thank you so much for that. We'll start with questions from the council before we go to the public. Councilmember Jane.
Thank you, Director Lee. I didn't say this before, but this is a great budget. Thank you for all the work. You know, we've increased our budget stabilization back to 25%. We're adding 37 people to our staff, which is sorely needed. You know, we're doing some new programs. But I wanted to understand that, you know, our stadium authority fiscal year ends March 31st. Do we have any insight into how much performance rent we're going to generate from the stadium this year? Then, you know, I looked at, there's another item on the agenda, item 3C, which is the March 31st financial status of the city. And I see our expenses are running at 70%, but our revenues are actually running at 72%. And TOT, as you mentioned, are higher. So I expect that we're going to have a surplus again this year, as we have in the past when we close out our budget, but we don't see those numbers until December-ish. At that point, do you envision that we could direct that money to increasing our capital reserves or our pension liability? You know, it's great that we're adding a higher percentage to our pension liability. We're up to 64% now, but other cities are like 70%. At what point do you want direction from the council as to where to put any of those excess funds, because TOT is higher? One question I have related to the budget is, we talked about maybe hiring a consultant to look at VRBO and Airbnb, because Super Bowl and FIFA's coming up. People are going to want to rent out their houses. And we can get TOT tax from that. You know, someone told me that they just recently stayed in Santa Clara, and the hotel cost was $480 a night. So, you know, hotel rates are increasing in Santa Clara, so we're expecting higher TOT. I'm just wondering, how do we capitalize on the fact that we're having these major events and that TOT is high, rents are high for overnight stays? And then finally, can you verify, I know it was question 17, you talked about public safety costs, police and fire as a percentage of the general fund budget. I added that up, it comes to about 51%, not counting expenses for working Levi's events. That's on top of the 51%. Can you just verify that? That's all I had. Thank you.
Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. I want to echo what Councilmember Jane said about really good job. It was very easy to understand and work through. I was looking for one thing that I did not find, and that was we have the actuals from the years before, but I wondered how close our actual budget was to the estimated, because we also have the possible 10-year out, and of course, no one has a crystal ball, but I wondered how close we really were from what we budgeted and what we thought and what we actually did maybe a few years back to kind of help us with looking forward in a good way. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Director Lee and all the staff. Excellent presentation, and thanks for getting all the answers in a very detailed fashion. Love it. A couple of suggestions and questions. On the Capital Improvement Fund, I know we discussed about it last time that 10 million will be less compared to what actual needs would be. So can you find out a form, like, we have a budget stabilization, right? We consider it to be 25% of the annual general fund. So what is the average for other cities they put into capital investment budget? Or give us a methodology so that we can finalize this number. Council can give a direction as a policy matter that, hey, we should have X% of next 5-year capital needs, basically. So that's what I'm expecting as an expert from you, basically. Second thing is unfunded pension liability. Yeah, we are lower than other averages, 64.5 versus 70%. And I know you did mention that when we have a fiscal sustainability plan study, you want to touch that at that time. So please do not forget to bring this back at that time. I think we should be seriously thinking of it as, like pay as you go. That's the best policy, and that's what not happened in the past. Like we have basically exceeded our expenditures, and that's why we could not put in the funds in the right funds which were needed in the emergency. So please don't forget to that, so that we want to be at the average or maybe a little bit higher than average on that. Library funding, I would again propose that 290K, 145K delta is very small. So I know Council has expressed desire to fulfill library needs for the 25-26 to the fully extent of 290K. And if I would suggest let's put it that 25-26 full 290, 26-27 we can keep it 145 and see what the needs are for the library at the end. Then we can decide about it. And with that, I'm again thankful to you and your staff and everybody involved for bringing this forward and giving us a detailed study on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Cox.
Thanks. Thank you, Director Lee. My questions are primarily going to focus on our priority session in alignment with the budget. So one of the things I want to understand is we have 6.7 million in the biennial budget. I think that's 3.8 the first year and 2.9 in 26-27 listed for the priority alignment. I want to know if that is, excuse me, earmarked for specific priorities or if that's a pool of money we're working with. If so, I wonder if our priorities are set in kind of an order of importance, because one of the questions we talked about was bandwidth. And in the slide, it said, obviously this is a juggling act and we have to be cognizant of when the work becomes too much. And at that point, we'll have to say no to some things. I'm wondering if our priorities are listed in order of importance, if that means it's easy to just check off the ones towards the end. And then about the dashboard, that question was brought up, I think, in response to maybe the events coming up in 26. But what I was looking for was actually in alignment with the priorities there to see if perhaps we were looking at what was funded, what was unfunded, where it was in alignment with both the community and the council priorities. I think that's it about that piece. There are 7.35 positions funded through one-time money, and a priority of this through prudent budgeting was to make sure that one-time money was used one time. The slide said that if approved, that would be incorporated into a 10-year forecast, and I'm sure it's embedded somewhere that I've already read, but could you tell us again what those 7.35 positions are? And then finally, we've got an RFP going out for the fiscal sustainability project, which I think everyone can agree is a great idea. I'm wondering if we have a model of something like that that the city has done in the past, and if so, would it be wise to, bring that partner in, again, having seen where we potentially were in the past compared to what we're doing now? And I guess even in general, what are we looking for when we go out to bid for something like that? Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Gonzalez?
Thank you for the report, Director Lee. I know a lot of departments are involved in supplying the report, but you're able to coalesce everything together and make sure that we're. And I think it's a conservative budget, but I think it's something that's important for us to have as we move forward. As far as the surpluses, it's always hard for me to. I know we always have surplus as far as the budget's concerned, but there's definitely like pension liabilities. If there's a way that we can look at in the future to get that 100% covered, have some. Plan to do that. Capital projects, I think I've talked about, mentioned as far as having a bigger reserve. I know we're putting away $1 million this year for that, but just having a plan policy so that we can get something on the order of maybe 5% of the general fund in line with that. And reserve, I know on the school district side that in the past, the school districts were required to have a 3% reserve. I don't think there's a certain number that cities are required to have, but definitely happy to see that we're back to that 15% reserve that we have. So that's important. And then the other question I had is maybe this is something that you would need direction on, but as far as trying to fully fund the library side, which seems like a smaller number, the 145,000. Obviously, everything adds up, but if we can look at having something done with that so we can meet 100% of that need there. And I understand the Safer grant is expiring, but I would hope to see us somehow try to make sure that we can keep those 2 additional FTEs in our fire department to make sure that we can meet the residents' needs as far as that's concerned, especially with the increased distance that some of them have to reach with the closing of Station 10 and I'm assuming the temporary closing of Station 7 here. So just a couple questions there.
Thank you. And I have a couple questions. One is that you said that there's no new city positions that are going to be added for our special events in 2026, but that there would also be no impact to city services during that time. And I don't know how those 2 things can happen, because the impact on our city is going to be tremendous next year. And either we need to add more people or there's going to be an impact on our services. So I just can't wrap my head around that one. So maybe you can explain that a little bit better. Secondly, on the special events dashboard, I want to know when that's coming up, and will that also include staff time that is spent by non-public safety personnel? Like all of our city departments that are working on this now and have been for the last couple of years, and when that's going to come up. Because we have a lot going on, especially with our infrastructure bond that we're going to hear about and other things that are happening in our city in the next year. So those are my only questions. So, Councilmember Park.
Yes, thank you very much for the report. I mean, I think that a lot of council members have asked or mentioned the things that I wanted to bring up as well. I did have a question about our support for the unhoused. You talk about 0.9 million for support for housing, but it sounds like we're actually just partnering with county on services such as intensive case management, tenant-based rental assistance. I think that mobile shower and laundry services is the thing that actually affects people without housing the most. I do know when we talk about, when Vice Mayor Cox talks about one-time grants or one-time funds being used for one-time needs, we got $26 million, I believe, in ARPA funding during COVID. And that ARPA funding is the American Recovery Plan Act funding, which was supposed to go to helping businesses, helping unhoused people who had trouble. And not a single cent went to supporting unhoused people or even services for unhoused. In fact, I think this is one of the big reasons why we keep asking for, where is our grant, where is our funding coming from, because we don't want to see one-time funds like ARPA funding being used for salaries again. I did also want to know, note that our revenues look like they're a little bit higher than the expenses, so it looks like there will be something coming, but we don't actually know until we do a true-up, and sometimes a true-up happens, a month or two after the books actually close. I think that's also true, but I think that when we're going to 2026, we want to have all the information as soon as possible. There are a lot of people that are worried about staff resources. I think that you said basically the staff resources would be covered by overtime and as needed. I do have a question on how we're going to pay for additional overtime or as needed, because that's what will make up the deficit without additional funding, or if you're using funding already, if there's funding already planned. I do know that when you talk about supporting events and things like that, some of that is already built into the way that you charge, the way that you cost the staff time. And so I think that's a part of it, but I'd like a little bit more detail on how you plan to cover these kinds of events. And that's it. I think that we talk about $10 million will be less than our actual needs, a capital improvement fund, and I think that my concerns are, even as we go to the bond measure and how that's going to be used, that we have not set our sights high enough, that we're going to be underfunded for a lot of these things because we chose to go for a bond that was less than the funding gap that we had even a year and a half ago. I remember sitting right there in council when about 15 years ago, actually it's about 14 years ago, 13 years ago, 2011, 2012, we talked about $60 million worth of capital projects that were approved but not funded. And to see that balloon to, 10 times, in 2020 was pretty eye-opening. And I want to make sure that we don't do that again. This was before that. Ballooning happened even before COVID. So we can talk about COVID and the effects of COVID afterwards in our recovery, but we have to be cognizant that these debts, this gap occurred prior to COVID. Thank you.
All right, so those are the council questions. I'm going to ask City Manager, I'm going to go to the public, and then if you'll bring these questions back at our next, because we need time for the bond. So thank you. Any member of the public like to speak on anything, on the budget? Please come forward. Do we have anyone online? No one online? No one? Okay.
Hello again, guys.
Welcome.
My name's Ben. I just came last week, as I said. I'm looking to learn more about the community since I'm a member here, and I'm beginning to look at the resources that we have available online, right? To look at the town council and the budgets and stuff, and yeah, it's quite interesting because the budget is for $1.5 billion, I think, based off of my most recent check. And I'm curious, as a member of the public, do we have the ability to go in and look at the different transactions that actually take place, the receipts that happen, so that we could just keep ourselves in the loop with where the money actually goes to? I'm coming in a genuine fashion and actually asking you guys. I don't have any ill will or malice with my questions, so that's just one thought I had. I'm also interested in like that's kind of the economic side of what was just presented. I'm interested in like the actual value added, which can't be quantified. It can't be put into a quantity or amount of financial dollars, but it could be like spoken about in a qualitative fashion about what ways these things actually help the community. And again, I'm just coming up here. I don't have anything pre-prepared, as you can tell. And I think even 2 minutes of a time is quite narrow of a gap for the general public to be able to come in and speak. And granted, I think many of the people here, they're here for other reasons and not necessarily just a member of the community. So I was thinking that maybe there could be some extension on time for people who want to come in and express their thoughts and stuff. And because I would be able to come in and I would be able to express in a lot more coherent fashion if I knew that I had more than 2 minutes to speak and direct some thoughts. Because I'm grateful for the members we have here, and it's great to have maybe some, what I like to call holdouts, people who have been in Silicon Valley before the dot-com bubble and stuff like that, and we remember a past and a different way of living where we weren't on the roads and people weren't trying to drive and I need to make $10 million, get out of my way, like this type of thing. So, okay, thank you.
Thank you. So anyone else, any other member of the public like to speak? I'm going to have you answer that, City Manager, Director Lee, about where you can get more information on the budget and how we advertise this. And this is one of many study sessions that we've had. And we're not up for approval until June 10th.
June 10th.
Right. Very
Yes.
good.
So, Mayor, I'll start and Ken back me up. So this is one of 3 City Council public hearings on the budget. We do publish the proposed budget. We also develop a budget in brief. And each month, and we have one as an example in the council packet, we have a monthly financial report that details where money was spent, how it was spent, and any amendments to that. And so those are provided to the public and available for your reference. And we're certainly available to answer any questions you have. And I know all of our contact information is on the website.
So if a member of the public, for instance, this gentleman that would like more information, where could he find it? Who could he contact besides coming to the meetings?
Yeah, so appreciate the engagement from our public. I know there's a lot in that document. It's a thick document. Any
Yeah, it's pretty
requests,
big.
any requests can come in through our city manager's office. They field that in all our departments, depending on the question, we'll respond. I do also want to include that, you know, members of the public can speak at priority setting any given Tuesday. We hear all those feedback from you as the board as well as the public and incorporate a lot of that feedback through our city manager's office into this large document. I know that $1 billion+ is a lot of money and a lot of decisions, important decisions on the budget. I do want to include that, you know, every month there is a bills and claims item that our city auditor's office independently produces for our public. That document includes pages and pages and pages of every payment and transaction our city makes of, I know, voluminous, but for the public's transparency, both through our monthly financial report, as the city manager cited, as well as our city auditor produced bills and claims, they could find details of every city dollar transaction.
And any member of the public can speak for 2 minutes. That's our council policy on any item, and 3 minutes under public presentations, and those are items that aren't included on the agenda. So thank you very much. So this will conclude our study session on the budget, and we're going to move on now to our next item, which is item 1B, study session, City Council rules and responsibilities in connection with the issuance of Measure I general obligation infrastructure bonds. City Manager.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council. The $400 million Measure I, which was entitled Public Facilities and Infrastructure Bond Measure, was passed by Santa Clara voters in November of 2024 with a passage rate of 69.4%, and we needed 67% for it to pass. This is critical to the modernization and upgrade of many city capital projects. There are several actions required as part of the first bond issuance. Tonight, you will hear a general business item to appoint the Bond Compliance Oversight Committee and approve the committee bylaws. This study session is to provide details on the City Council's roles and responsibilities, There will be documents and actions forthcoming in the next 6 to 9 months for the City Council to review and approve in order for the city to legally issue bonds. The presentation tonight, or our first presentation on this item, will be provided by Scott Ferguson, our bond counsel with Jones Hall. He will be followed by a short presentation by Finance Director Ken Lee, who will address some upcoming dates and key items that will come before the City Council as part of the first bond issuance. I'll now turn the presentation over to Scott Ferguson.
Thank you.
Thank you, welcome.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. So here's a brief presentation on roles and responsibilities of council members regarding bond issuance. It's fairly high level. I welcome any questions. And as this process goes forward over the next 6 to 9 months, in particular when we come back to you with the set of documents to authorize this our first series of bonds, we'll have another chance to talk about these concepts. So here's a brief summary of the timeline. Director Lee will go into more detail on this after I'm finished. At tonight's meeting, the Citizens Oversight Committee will be appointed and the bylaws approved. June 10, that will be a resolution requesting the county to levy property taxes in anticipation of bond issuance, since we won't have any outstanding bonds. But there's a process where we can actually get on the tax roll to kind of prime the well, if you will, so that we can start to pay debt service next year. In the fall, staff will come with proposed revisions to a debt management policy that will probably include disclosure policies as well. I understand it's been some time since those were looked at, and it's always a good idea to spruce them up and bring them up to best practices. And then late in this year, early in 2026, will be the resolution approving that first series of the bonds. Expectation being that the bonds will be sold and closed 4 to 6 weeks after that council action. So the resolution approving the bonds. Any bond issue must be approved by the council under a resolution. It has to be taken as an action item, opportunity to discuss, deliberate, take public comment, can't be on consent calendar. The resolution will approve the bond sale subject to a maximum borrowing amount and interest rate, and it will approve certain documents as to form. They'll be in substantially final form, but they'll omit anything that has to do with the pricing of the bonds. So there'll be a principal amount that's flagged as preliminary, and the rest of the particulars about how the bonds were sold, that will be blank, subject to those maximum borrowing amount and interest rate parameters that the resolution contains. And this is to allow for the sequence of events. We need to have this council approve the bonds, approve this resolution, approve the disclosure document, the preliminary official statement, which I'll talk about a bit more later, in order for that disclosure document to be disseminated, distributed to potential investors, and for the underwriter to actually price the bonds and establish all of those interest rates. So the basic documents that resolution will approve will be legal documents, a preliminary official statement, which is the disclosure document, as I said, a continuing disclosure certificate. There's an annual obligation, or there's an obligation to annually provide updates, essentially, to the preliminary official statement so that the bond market knows what's going on with the city and knows what's going on with the bonds. And then the sale documents, those could be in the form of a competitive sale or a negotiated sale with an underwriter. That's up to the city's financial advisor, municipal advisor, to advise on. So one of those two types of documents. So that's what that resolution will cover. I thought I would talk for a minute about what general obligation bonds are. That's what our $400 million bond measure approved general obligation bonds. Contrary to the name, they're not general obligations of the city or of the general fund. They are only payable from property taxes levied at an ad valorem rate, which is a percentage of property owners' assessed value, and which is levied by the county, and the county is obligated to levy those property taxes in an amount that's sufficient for the coming year to pay debt service on the bonds. So the city's has some recent experience with other types of debt. There were the wastewater certificates of participation, another form of debt, and certainly the electric utility has issued a share of bonds over the last few years. Reaching back in time, the city did have some general fund certificates of participation. I think that funded the library, if I'm not mistaken, and those were refunded, et cetera. But it's been a while. So this general obligation bond is something that hasn't been brought to the city, that the city hasn't done in well, possibly ever, certainly before my time. So, securities laws, because that preliminary official statement is distributed to investors, it's used to offer and sell the bonds to investors. And because of that, it's subject to the federal securities laws and the SEC guidance and standards as to what it must contain and what it can't contain. So the basic rule is it needs to be correct and it needs to be complete. The way the SEC's rule reads is it can't contain any untrue statements of a material fact or omit a material fact that was necessary in order to make the rest of the statements, under the circumstances, not misleading. So, and materiality always comes up when we're preparing that preliminary official statement, working with staff, consultants. The rule about materiality is to put yourself in the shoes of an investor, a reasonable investor, and the prism is to think of a material fact as one that for which there's a substantial likelihood that a reasonable investor would view it as significantly altering the total mix of information in making his or her investment decision. It's all facts and circumstances. One question that frequently comes up is we always ask the city attorney, please give us a summary of the outstanding litigation so we can judge about materiality. And the question always comes, well, what's the worst exposure if it's 1/100% of the annual budget? It's commonly understood that that's not a material fact that would interest bondholders. Other facts that might have a more dire effect, potential effect on the city or its finances, that's where we have the conversation, craft some disclosure, and put it in the document. So more about the SEC and their pronouncements about the responsibilities of public officials. The standard for that the SEC has enunciated over the years in the course of a number of enforcement actions is that public officials can't authorize disclosure that the public official knows to be materially false or misleading, or authorize disclosure while recklessly disregarding facts, that there's a risk that this disclosure might be misleading. And the key to that is reasonable oversight. It's not the SEC's position that public officials need to read every word of the preliminary official statement, understand every word of the legal documents. Council members may reasonably rely on staff, consultants, including our firm, and other counsel, as to the accuracy and completeness of that disclosure document. And just further on the what is it that that you ought to be bringing to the table, bringing to bear when you're reviewing documents, and particularly the preliminary official statement. Council members should bring their unique perspectives to bear as it relates to the city, with a particular focus on big picture issues relating to the city, its finances, local economy, so that everyone is comfortable that the major issues are adequately described and nothing is omitted. Some examples could include pending departures of a major employer or significant threats to the city's finances. For a general obligation bond, as you might imagine, one of the most important aspect of that is what are the assessed values of the city, what are those trends, and where are those trends going? And should a member of the council have knowledge that there's something happening, something coming that isn't adequately highlighted in that preliminary official statement, that's the opportunity to talk with staff and ensure that staff is aware of that, we're aware of that, so that we can adequately draft something to address it. There are two, the two most notorious examples of SEC enforcement actions both came out of California. The first was in 1994, following the Orange County bankruptcy. As some will recall, Orange County was borrowing money, making aggressive, shall we say, investment decisions, and using the earnings, the above market earnings, to balance their budget. And at the same time, they were offering debt in the public market, short-term notes, long-term bonds, but nowhere in their offering documents did they talk about how they were investing their money, the relative safety or riskiness of those investments. And the SEC, after the bankruptcy was filed, went after the county, and not only the county, but they also brought penalties against certain county officials for that lack of forthrightness. And as a result, now, every time we do an official statement, there is a whole section on investment policy and investment portfolio, which stems directly from Orange County. The second one was 2002, 2003, the city of San Diego. They issued 4 or 5 series of bonds over a couple of years, and at the same time and as were many cities at that time, they were having real issues with their pension and their OPEB, their post-employment health benefits system. And there were real unfunded liabilities. There were real concerns that it could have a dire effect on the city finances. Meanwhile, in the offering documents for their bonds, nowhere was pension or health, long-term health benefits or that situation. Nowhere was that mentioned. And that was a case where the bonds that they issued never defaulted. No investor was, no investor was harmed in that they lost money. But in the SEC's view, if you're speaking to the market, you're offering securities, you need to follow the rules. And one of the rules is you need to make sure that everything material is being disclosed and not omit the elephant in the room. That's where the elephant in the room came from, was directly from San Diego. So that's the perspective that we like to encourage council members to have when thinking about a bond issue and reviewing that disclosure document. So unless there are questions.
Does the council have any questions? Okay, wait a minute. Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. So you're answering legal questions, so I'll try and keep my list to the legal things. So as you talked about this, our legal obligation, I was wondering if the Oversight Committee will be legally responsible for anything other than they're just overseeing what we're doing. I was concerned about that. Since we haven't done this before, I was wondering what our bond rating was, if you knew or not. And my understanding is we're going to be watching for the market for the optimal timing. And you mentioned about our percentage of our budget. Because SVP, we own it, but it is separate, I wondered if that was part of that total budget or not.
Okay.
We're gonna get all the questions and then have you answer. Councilmember Chahal.
We should have told him to take notes.
And if we can't answer them tonight, we'll get them back to us. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. Being a bond expert, I have a few questions. Like the bond market is fluctuating a lot because of various reasons right now. So is there a way we can hedge against this fluctuation? That's my first question. I know the answer, probably no, but still I need to ask. My next question is ad valorem tax we file for the county. What happens if we collect more? I think more can serve our principal amount, but what happens if we collect less and our debt service is more on that front? How do we balance that out? We anticipated some percentage of $100,000 value, property value, that this much will be the cost, but keeping in view the bond yields have gone higher and our liability may be more. I hope that is not one of the principle we are not, we are disclosing that properly because this is fluctuation within the market. So our rate, whatever we did during our ballot measure, may be the higher right now because the rates have gone higher. So I hope we are within the legal parameters of that. And has our estimated debt service gone up due to fluctuating bond market yield rates, basically? So those are my questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Jane.
My question was more on council roles and responsibilities. Well, the first thing is I'm looking at the general obligation bond expenditure plan, and I see for fire stations and emergency response, we've listed 142 million, but the contingency is 18 million. So I know I sit on the VTA board, and for the tunnel project, our contingency is 25%, whereas here we're only putting in 12%. So if the projects become more expensive, how does that work legally if we didn't put enough contingency in? Because we put something in for the ballot measure. And then I also wanted to just understand our role. Like, let's say in the first tranche of 150 million, I want to put in the lawn bowl in the first tranche. How do I negotiate for that to be in the first tranche? What is the procedure for priorities in those tranches? Thank you.
Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you for the report. I just looking at the ratings, I saw that in 2024, SVP issued some series, so we were at a AA minus, which is not bad since the U.S. is a AA plus. Not as good as Santa Clara Unified, which is a AAA, but I guess we'll see what our ratings is once we get to the issuance part of it. But I guess the question that I had was more of just making sure that we basically, and I guess maybe our finance director is more involved as far as making sure that we accurately, disclose where we stand as far as our fiscal position, liabilities, and things like that. Obviously, as a council, I think we'll be, we'll address things as truthfully as we can. But, I think most of the reports the staff will be doing and having those disclosure reports that are provided to the SEC and to our investors in the future. I think one thing that I've seen just in the past with issuance, it's hard to hedge whether you have a competitive or a negotiated model of issuance. Just from my hearing and talking to some of these folks, it seems that in negotiated, you can plan to have a certain date, and you can basically advertise that you're going to be selling these bonds, and if you find out that, the state of California is issuing a lot of bonds. You can change those things around. Competitive is usually a little bit more risky, where you might have to pull because you're going that day, right? So I'm not sure what model we'll be using, but I would probably root for or push for a negotiated model versus a competitive model.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Cox?
Thanks. So I am not a bond expert, but I want to understand, just because there's a lot of legal implication in this. When we get our preliminary official statement, and it sounds like that'll happen every time we're ready to issue a bond, is there going to be some way that we're fully briefed? As far as I would understand it, the staff will author this that covers us from the things we might not know, but we're required then to vote and act upon it. And as you said, use our best judgment or bring our own personal adages into what may be misleading or anything. Am I understanding that process correct? Okay, and then I don't know if there's like a checklist or formal process for council to follow in fulfilling those SEC-related obligations to avoid kind of the reckless disregard portion of it. And then if we do give feedback, is that something that will happen in a council setting like this, where we provide that documentation, talk about it, vote on it, or will there be like a process of feedback and an approval loop again? Right. Thanks.
So City Manager, there were some questions on the roles and responsibilities in connection with the bond, and then there were a lot of questions about the bond itself, which we're going to start our council meeting in a few minutes, so how do you want to handle this? And, can I go to the public first, so we get all the questions? Would any member of the public like to speak on this issue of the council roles and responsibilities in connection with the bond? No one in chambers? Do we have anyone online? Okay, seeing none. Okay, City Manager.
Sure. I think we should take the questions related to the roles and responsibilities directly related to our bond counsel. The other questions we can address later. You have an item on your general business tonight where we can respond to those because they're related to the roles and the responsibilities of the committee and how things will come to council, as well as there was a small presentation by our director that we could also provide during the regular meeting because it's related to the timeline.
Thank you. Okay, when you're ready.
Okay, so first was regarding the Oversight Committee. They will have no input on the disclosure document, the preliminary official statement, or any of the bond documents. Their role starts after the bonds are issued and the city starts spending money. So there's no input or liability, for that matter, of that committee as far as the bond issuance goes. I'll leave the questions about the bond rating and market questions to Director Lee. Those are also good questions for the city's municipal advisor. The ad valorem tax, the way the county will set it is when we issue the bonds, there will be a debt service schedule to the penny of the amount that the city needs for principal and interest. And every year, that'll be submitted to the county, and the county will levy their tax to meet that number. I believe the county, at least in the school district context, they could levy a little bit more, and it's a cushion that carries over from year to year. But there's not a situation where they're going to levy less, because we know exactly the amount of money that we need to provide to bondholders every year.
Have you identified what questions he needs to answer for roles and responsibilities only?
On the question about accurately disclosing the financial position of the city, the way, and this presentation was a little in the abstract, right, because we didn't have a preliminary official statement to look at. But the document will include various tables outlining ad valorem property taxes, analyzed different ways, and then there'll be an appendix, a lengthy appendix, summarizing the city's general fund finances, including 5-year look-back tables, and then there'll be another appendix with the city's most recent audited financial statements. So that document will have a plethora of current information about the city and its finances by design. And for the POS, for the preliminary official statement question, it will be provided to council on the same timeline as any agenda packet. And I can talk to Director Lee, the city manager, about a feedback process for transmitting questions back to the staff, back to us at that time. And then as far as the checklist goes, the SEC really hasn't provided anything like a checklist, but part of the reason for revisiting the city's debt policies and adding a disclosure policy is that will lay out kind of best practices that the SEC has enunciated. So that will be something that we discuss in the fall when the policies are brought back to this council. I think the rest of the questions were non-legal.
Thank you very much. Thanks for being here and the response. As you can see, we're going to have a lot of questions when it comes to the bond because it hasn't been done since the 50s. We weren't here. So anyways, thank you so much. So we're going to take a 10-minute break, 7:10. We're going to start the council meeting. We need a little time to adjust. So thank you very much for everyone involved with the study session.
message you here to see if you receive it.
Okay.
I'm just gonna say hi. Did you get anything? Did? Can you put hi to or something so like if I receive it? Okay. Also, Vin told me for item 5, I'm gonna move them to panelists. For item 5.
Yeah.
If there's anything else, let me know.
Yeah. That's why I wanted you to have it on.
Huh?
That's why I wanted you to have it on, so I could
Oh, yes.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Santa Clara City Council Stadium Authority meeting. Could you please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our statement of values? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with strength, courage, and will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so we may act in the best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all.
Thank you. Please be seated. Are these on? Are these on? They are? They don't sound like they're on. Okay. Roll call. Assistant City Clerk.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
They don't sound like they're on.
Yeah, I don't.
Can you hear in the back? No, they're not on. Testing, 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 testing. Better now. Thank you. Thank you.
There we go.
Okay, roll call. City Clerk.
Thank you. Okay, Councilmember Board Member Gonzalez.
Present.
Councilmember Board Member Shahal.
Present.
Councilmember Board Member Hardy.
Present.
Councilmember Board Member Park.
Here.
Councilmember Board Member Jane.
Here.
Vice Mayor, Vice Chair Cox.
Here.
Mayor and Chair Gilmore.
Here.
Thank you. The AB 23 announcement. Members of the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, Sports and Open Space Authority, and Housing Authority are entitled to receive $30 for each attended meeting. Statement of Behavioral Standards. The City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that as the presiding officer, the mayor and chair's direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and that use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude, and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Thank you for your participation. For those joining us this evening as in the capacity of a registered lobbyist, we ask you to please disclose and identify yourself as such and disclose the clients and/or organizations that you represent. This is pursuant to City Code Section 2.155.110. Thank you.
Thank you. So good evening, everyone, and welcome. For today's meeting, the council's back in person and is conducting its meeting in a hybrid manner. The public is welcome to attend in person, and the city continues to use a Zoom feature to allow participation from your home or office. Members of the public can still join via the link and/or call into the Zoom meeting phone number shown on the screen now. If you would like to speak on an agenda item or during public presentations, please raise your hand on the Zoom application or press *9 on your phone. Please only raise your hand while the item you're seeking to speak on is presented. Staff will enter your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number, and I will call on you to speak. As a friendly reminder, members of the public have 2 minutes to speak on an agenda item and 3 minutes on public presentations, and those are reserved for topics that are not on the agenda. Prior to each agenda item, staff will lower your hand to ensure that members of the public are seeking to speak on the appropriate agenda item. So we'll now move on to the council agenda. All right, next we have continuances, exceptions, and reconsiderations. Do we have any from the council? No? We have 2 from the public. Brian Doyle, please come forward. Welcome.
Consideration of your approval of the sole source contract with Fanatics, which occurred at the last regular Stadium Authority meeting. The contract was awarded by you without some very significant information. The new material information that has come to light is that the NFL and in turn the 49ers have a financial interest in Fanatics, the merchandise contractor under the agreement. As documented in a January 2nd, 2024 Forbes article, the NFL has an equity interest in Fanatics, and the NFL in 2022 became the single largest investor to the tune of $320 million in a fundraising round for Fanatics. And the 49ers, as stated in the board report, have a direct contract with Fanatics, which gives them an interest in an additional interest in Fanatics. As detailed in the excerpt from a Google AI request that I just did today, it appears that the 49ers in turn have additional financial interests in their relationship with the Fanatics. That appears on the reverse side of the paper that I just submitted to you. There appear to be several avenues of revenue to the NFL from Fanatics, and in turn the 49ers. This represents an apparent conflict of interest by Manco Representative Jihad Beachman, who was a designated consultant under the Stadium Authority's Conflict of Interest Code. Because there is a reasonable potential impact on Mr. Beachman's financial positions with the 49ers organizations, he was prohibited from even participating in your making of the decision. I'm hereby requesting that you agendize this on your next regular board meeting to either to rescind the approval of the agreement and to provide staff with direction to bring a report on these issues about conflict of interest. The alternative is actually an easier alternative, and that would be to just simply rescind your approval and then just direct staff to do a competitive process. That way, you can be assured that you had a fair process. Nobody gets hurt. The 49ers don't get accused of breaching their management agreement, and Mr. Jihad can keep his bar license. Thank you.
Thank you. So this was an item that we approved at our last regular council meeting, Stadium Authority Board meeting. It was a sole source contract. I asked about if our staff did a conflicts check, and our staff did not do a conflicts check before this. So we would have to, we can only talk about whether or not to agendize this for the next Stadium Authority meeting. And that would have to be done by those members of the Stadium Authority Board that voted in favor. City Attorney, do you know who those, I know, but do you know who the members are that voted in favor?
I believe so, Madam Mayor. And there's really two options tonight. You're right, this request for reconsideration is in order. It's the next meeting, and so it's proper for the council to consider this. I think you have two options. One is to agendize it for a future meeting for reconsideration, or the council could refer the matter back to me for further analysis of the conflict of issue, and I could report back, to the council on that as to whether or not it warrants, reconsideration or presents issues for the contract. So you can do one or the other of those things tonight.
Okay, because
The referral could be made by anyone and approved by the majority, Madam Mayor, but the motion for reconsideration would need to be made, would need to be initiated by a member on the prevailing side. And could be seconded by any one of you. Mm-hmm.
Right. All right, I guess in this case, Authority Member Hardy.
Thank you. I would like then to make a motion to send this back to legal counsel for not reconsideration, but for an understanding of what the legal realities are.
I'll second that.
All right, we have a motion and a second for that, to send it back. Is there a timeline, like the next meeting?
I'll endeavor to get back to you by the next meeting, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. All right, is there any public comment on that? Please come forward if there's public comment.
Doyle said about the same thing I asked. I think the Fanatics would probably be really good. That's not really my concern. 3 civil grand juries are my concern. We're in very perilous times where we have an executive branch that's dealing in meme coins. And we don't know all the way. It seems from the executive at the federal level, state level, and local level, there seems to be a disconnect. If you work in the private sector, or even the public sector as a teacher, you have to express every conflict of interest, period, even if it's assumed conflict of interest, even if it's just a penny. And I wouldn't want it any other way as a teacher. I would never want it any other way. And I believe everybody up here strives to meet that. I believe the staff does that. But the more information, I think what was said by Councilmember Harding would be a really good suggestion. And I thank you for the chance. The fact that we can even do this in Santa Clara, it really means a lot. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this? All right, City Clerk, Stadium Authority Clerk, whatever you're called for this item. Assistant Clerk, I see our clerk is here, so I have to be specific. We're all here, so we can use our system now. Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Doyle, for bringing that forward. All right, next, do we have other, Brian, did you have something? Or was that for the same? Any other reconsiderations, continuances from anyone? Okay, seeing none, we are now going to move to our first special order of business. So for our first item, the council is honored to recognize Santa Clara Unified School District Superintendent, Dr. Gary Waddell, in honor of his retirement. I have to say you look very nice tonight too, Dr. Waddell. During his tenure at Santa Clara Unified School District, Dr. Waddell committed to enhancing a shared vision, mission, and establishing core values and service throughout the district among the students and the entire Santa Clara community. Dr. Waddell also served on the City School Liaison Committee, and he collaborated and strengthened the partnerships with the City of Santa Clara and the Santa Clara Unified School District. Dr. Waddell's collaborative leadership style has continually inspired SCUSD staff and the entire community to rally together to improve student well-being and academic achievement, especially for those who are traditionally underserved. I'd like to now invite Dr. Waddell to the podium to say a few words. And we won't time you, Dr. Waddell. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Gilmore, council members and staff. It is a real honor. This has been a very rewarding few years. This is such a special community, and it's been an honor serving and advocating for its children every day for the past few years. It has also been a great privilege and honor to work with the city officials. We have occasion, of course, to work very closely with law enforcement and first responders and fire, and the partnerships have just could not have been better and more robust, and I'm very appreciative of that and of all of you for the work that you've done these years. Really were a phenomenal way to end my career, and I'll carry them with me on into retirement. So thank you.
Are you truly retiring, or are you ending up in another school district?
I'm not ending up in another school district. I'll dabble a little, but not.
Dabble a little, okay.
But that's about all, yes.
All right, very good. So thank you so much for all your hard work and your dedication to the school district and to the community at large. I would like to ask you if you'd like to come forward here so that you may take a picture with our council.
Certainly, I'd love.
And we have this commendation to present you with as well.
So thank you, Dr. Waddell, for coming in Santa Clara Unified has always had people that came in at the right time, it seems like, and you came in at the right time to bring us together and really bring the conversation and have those courageous conversations to make sure that we address the needs of every student in our district. And I would say to the council, Dr. Waddell also sat on the Annual Education Conference Committee last year for the California School Board Association, as well as the Superintendent's Advisory Council. So he affected not only Santa Clara, but the state, and I'm sure the world in many ways. So thank you for your work, and your 40-plus years, right? 40-plus years. Definitely, I'm sure you have affected the lives of many, many countless students in our communities. So thank you for all your work.
Thank you. Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. Since I've worked for the school district for 18 years, I will say, and I just left, that's why I have a flower for being a retiree, because I'm also retiring. And I was joking that when you all came in, it was just to make certain that when I said I had to leave early from the other meeting, that you were making certain I really did. But I appreciate, Dr. Waddell, your messages of kindness, and that has not gone unnoticed, and you have been a model of kindness, and that really makes a difference in the district. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Dr. Waddell, and congratulations for your retirement, and hope you have a good one, have some fun. But on the side, like, education has been very, very important to me and my family. What I am today, I dedicate that most of it is because of my education background. So, but somebody has to manage the education, and it's people like you who give the shape and programs and everything for that type of an education. So I wish you all the best, and thank you for your contribution towards Santa Clara Unified School District, which impacted thousands and thousands of the families and the students directly. We appreciate what you did for us. Thank you.
Councilmember Jane.
Thank you, Dr. Waddell, for your service. I, of course, have been pushing sustainability initiatives within the district, and I was very frustrated by your predecessor, and it was a breath of fresh air when you came to the district and started moving sustainability, climate change, and environmental issues. So I really appreciate that you've been there to push these. Thank you.
The heavier, the more valuable, right? Isn't that what they say? All right, Councilmember Park.
So I kind of already told you, and most of the stuff is only for you. And when I talk to people, usually people are complaining, but with you, it hasn't been complaints. I think a lot of people have been appreciative. And when people who are not elected, when people are, families, when teachers are telling me, they're not even here right now, that they appreciate your work, I have to believe that's true. I remember mostly seeing you at events. First thing you taught me is how to say your name, right, how to pronounce your name. But after that, when people talk about the kindness, when people talk about your effect on the district, I believe it. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, and thanks again. We appreciate it. Good luck to you, and best wishes for your retirement. Thank you. Thank you. So speaking about education, for our next item, the council is honored to recognize the Silicon Valley Power Sustainable Futures Program. This is the third year of this fantastic program. By investing in our youth, this program fosters our next generation of climate leaders. We have 6 out of the 10 outstanding Mission College Student Scholarship recipients here tonight, so welcome to all of you. Now I invite Nico Prokos, Electric Utility Chief Operating Officer and Acting Director, that's a long title, of Silicon Valley Power. Can we shorten that a little bit? To the podium to introduce this incredible program. Welcome, Nico.
Thank you, Mayor Gilmore, council members. I'm happy to be here tonight to recognize Mission College SVP Sustainable Futures Scholarship winners. In June 2022, the City Council unanimously approved the SVP Sustainable Futures Program, which provides $25,000 annually to Mission College to distribute to students that are interested in topics like sustainability, energy, environmental science, engineering, and also careers in finance, policy, and civic government. Each year, the number of students awarded can vary. The goal of the program is to bridge the gap in funding so students can focus on their academics and their career path, while fostering interest in our industry and government careers. Before I turn it back over to Honorable Mayor, I do want to acknowledge a couple of staff members that are here in attendance. Kathleen Hughes, Rachel Riddell Harris, and Rena Brio, who are the brainchild of this operation and do all the hard work. I'm just up here kind of announcing it, but I do want to acknowledge them for all the hard work that they do behind the scenes. And with that, I will turn it back over to you.
Thank you. So now I'd like to invite Dr. Tara Hardinge from Mission College to the podium to introduce this incredible program and the impact it's had on our Mission College students. Welcome.
And thank you for having me here. So I am a faculty member at Mission College, and I also am a member of the Sustainability Committee. And in addition to our focus on sustainability in the Mission College community, we also tend to extend our outreach to the broader community outside of the college. We're also one of the only committees on campus that has very active student membership, and we've had a lot of amazing students participate in our committee. So I'm here to thank you and say that we're very grateful for the Silicon Valley Power, and the Sustainability Future Scholarships to help support our students' educational goals and their future sustainability work. We have 10 students who've been awarded this. We have 6 of them present today. So I'm just going to kind of introduce the students and tell you a little bit about what they're doing with these scholarships.
Maybe Dr. Tara, as you announce them, if they can come up here, and then we can give them their, eventually with a picture. So they can come up as you're introducing them.
Great. So first we have Adrienne DeFonte. And she has an interest in marine biology with a hope to focus on marine conservation.
Great. She's got the long walk up the aisle.
Got the boot too.
Yeah, if you, Bob, you want to open that for them, so. And since there's going to be so many, we'll have it here with your staff, and I'll have the council just stand up behind. Welcome, congratulations.
We also have Duc Nguyen, who is, Adrian and Duc are also both members of our Sustainability Committee. And Duc just gave a presentation at our last meeting on nuclear engineering. And he wants to focus on a nuclear approach to sustainability through the lens of energy innovation. Next, we have Phong Bao Ngoc Nguyen. And Phong has worked on sustainability projects in Vietnam to help clean up trash, plant trees, and enhance water quality. She also wants to pursue a career in public relations. Next, we have An Chi Pham. So she is interested in business analytics. Her goal is not only to help businesses adapt to changing markets and create value for stockholders, but also to foster innovation and collaboration in ways that align with long-term sustainability. Okay. And then we have Hugh Pham, who's interested in focusing in social work and on being an activist for those with disabilities. She also wants to raise social awareness for environmental issues as well. And last but not least, we have Hong Wan Lee. She also participated in a cleanup project in her local neighborhood as she was growing up, as well as an urban gardening project. And she wants a future career in social work and is very passionate about social justice. We do have 4 other applicants who weren't able to make it here. Do you want me to introduce?
Why don't you give us their names as well?
So Tanner wants to study environmental science at UC Davis with the goal of becoming a registered environmental health specialist and work in wastewater sector. We also have Giselle Alvarez, who's a communications and environmental studies major. She's also very involved with Vegilution, which is an organization that helps gardening and teaches children how to compost. We have Paulina Valencia, who's studying vocational nursing and wants to focus on connections between the environment and our health. And then lastly, there's Vincent Herrera, who has an interest in creating a business focusing on environmental problems and boosting digital equality. And so he's interested in computer networking and cybersecurity.
Very good. Could I also ask our SVP people to come up, and Dr. Tara, if you're here, and anyone else that's in your group, they'd like to come up. Congratulations. Ask the council to stand up.
Certain Rena doesn't get covered.
Congratulations.
We have all of you. Very good work.
And congratulations. I saw you all sitting back there, so I knew something.
Okay, number 2. Okay, that was fun. All right, next. Our next item proclaims the month of May as National Foster Care and Resource Parent Awareness Month. National Foster Care and Resource Parent Awareness Month was established to acknowledge foster parents, family members, volunteers, mentors, policymakers, child welfare professionals, and other members of the community who help children in foster care find permanent homes, healthy connections, and the resources to lead a successful and rewarding life. The Santa Clara County Department of Family and Children Services makes every effort to place youth with resource or foster families who can provide the right family space for a specific youth. Joining us today to receive the proclamation is Kuen Vu from the Santa Clara County Department of Children and Family Services and resource parent Helen Wang. I'd like to invite Ku to come to the podium to say a few words. And I'm sorry if I said your name wrong. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Council member, and the community member. On behalf of the Department of Family and Children Services, I want to express our sincere gratitude for this proclamation recognizing May as the National Foster Care Appreciation Month. And this month is an opportunity to honor our foster parents and to raise awareness about the critical need for more committed, nurturing, and consistent families where the children in the foster care can truly thrive. In Santa Clara County, we have about 600 children are currently in our home care, and nearly half of them are still in need of a stable, loving family to care for them. So we are deeply grateful for the support of leaders like you who help raise awareness and make a lasting difference in the life of those children and family. Thanks again for this honor.
Kueen, if someone wants to be a foster parent, who would they contact? How would they get a hold of you?
So if they want to contact to become to know more about information about become a foster parent, they can call us at 408-299-KIDS, like KIDS.
Oh, that's easy to remember. Okay. Very good. So are you introducing
Yes,
Helen?
join me today. We have Helen Wan. She is one of the resources family.
Oh, very nice. Very good. Thank you. Welcome, Helen. Welcome.
Hi, Madam Mayor. Hi, everyone. Hi, everyone.
And everyone at home can see you, so you wave.
I didn't expect this. I'm very new in foster care. I've been engineer for over 30 years, and I'm full-time, and I'm very lucky to given this chance to be foster parenting, and the timer is not there.
We don't time you.
Okay.
How long do you plan on talking?
Just quickly.
Okay.
I just want to quickly introduce, I am adopted child in the infant, and why I'm doing this, because that. And I am very lucky have adopt a son too. So I'm seeking for foster care is to finding sibling for him. So I was middle age when I almost not qualified to apply for adoption. I applied. So I'm really looking some brother for my son. That's the purpose of my doing foster care. I was told I should explain. And then what I learned from this is so many help we needed in this when I saw retired grandparents, also full-time worker like me, and I am able to make it. Even though I don't know anything about parenting, I got help from the County of Santa Clara, the Children's Services, training, and all the resources. So single can do it. And also retired or elder people can do it too, because there are so many support. They are experienced parents, and these children are very needed experienced parents, how to handle the situation. I benefit a lot from the group of foster parents who are grandparents who share with me about how to take care teenagers, all the problem experience they had, and then they show me. And so it's very valuable. If someone is consider retiring, please consider children, why they are important. Why they are important? They are heavenly given angels because they are put on the earth to suffer a lot in the beginning. They are going to be great people if we give them help, given them a hand. And I found out I'm very lucky child. I'm very lucky to have my son. And then I hope other children, same like us, get help from the world, because we understand how difficult it is, and we want to help other children when they have difficulty. And then we were given the helping hand. We hope to give our helping hand to other children. And this is all I want to say. I want to say thank you, Department Children's Services, helping us, helping me and my son. And then I hope to help advocacy for our department to encourage more young professional. You can do it. I can do it. Anybody can do it. And then the retiring, if you're missing out your childhood, child or grandchildren that period while you were busy in working, you are retiring now, you will have plenty of time. You can retry, second chance to make up you can live your youthful life again with your new endeavor. Also, they help you become more healthy because you are going to running around and then your disease or your aging problem will disappear. So I just want to encourage everybody consider and helping children in our county, and then this will work. I very appreciate you. I'm very beginner of my group. Most senior foster parent, they didn't show up. They sent me over. I just want to represent everybody to thank you all for your support. And then thank you, everybody.
I have to say that you are a phenomenal spokesperson for the foster parenting. I think we all would like to sign up right now listening to you. Thank you so much for your enthusiasm and your service to the community by becoming a foster mother. I think it's the most loving and incredible thing anyone can do. Could you please bring your son and join us, and Kueen and anyone else that's with us, join the council for a photo and proclamation sharing. Now, who wants to follow that? Anybody? Raise your hand. Oh, okay. Wow, that was great. Okay. For our next item, we're recognizing Historic Preservation Month. This is a time to promote historic places and demonstrate the social and economic benefits of preservation. Now I invite Historical and Landmarks Commission Chair Patricia Leung to the podium to give us a brief overview of the 2025 Historical and Landmarks Harnessing the Power of Place project. Patricia, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. That was really tough to follow, actually. Thank you for proclaiming the May 2025 as Historic Preservation Month. My colleagues and I on the Historical and Landmarks Commission are very happy to be here to honor this location. The theme this year is Harnessing the Power of Place. Preservation work strengthens community and breathes new lives in the neighborhoods. The city practices this principle continuously by utilizing our knowledge in the development of forward-looking policies, such as the Downtown Precise Plan and the Station Area Specific Plan. We are looking forward to activating these areas while harnessing the unique history of our city. We on the HLC continuously educate ourselves on our city's history and preservation methodologies, then pass this knowledge on to our communities. In addition to our regular work with the planning department, for 2 years in a row, our most visible project has been the Arts Meets History banners installed along the El Camino Real. I encourage everyone to take a stroll down El Camino to check them out. You can also find more information about the banners on the city's website, about the banners themselves. You can see them, and there's also like a note about the artists on there as well. We are a very energized group, and we have a lot of exciting ideas that we will share at an upcoming council meeting, and to keep our momentum going. And again, we're honored for this proclamation, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Patricia. I'd also like to acknowledge all the HLC commissioners for their contributions to the city. And I see that some of them are here. I don't know if they're all here. Vice Chair Anna Vargas Smith. Anna. Kathleen Romano. Kathleen. There. Michael Celso. Michael, nice to see you. Patricia Leung, thank you so much for your leadership. And Yvonne Inciarte. There she is. Okay. So thank you all for your work. Now I'd invite all of you to come forward for a photo with the proclamation in hand here. See, I only have one? Yes. Is there too many? Yeah, why don't we stand?
Good to see you. Hey, Patricia, how goes it?
Thanks for the banners too. I didn't know the names. I saw some that white now. I think we're going to adjourn the council meeting after these special orders of business, and I'll go home happy. Okay, next. For our final special order of business this evening, the city wishes to proclaim May as Affordable Housing Month and to recognize SV at Home for its important role of calling attention to the region's housing and community development challenges and highlighting effective solutions. Housing affordability continues to be a top concern in our city and throughout the region. We want to create a community where all our residents have a safe place that they can call home. Effective partnerships are one tool to boost affordable housing production. The nonprofit SV at Home works with a broad coalition of partners, including the City of Santa Clara, to advocate for solutions that address Santa Clara County's urgent need for housing. I now invite Santa Clara's Director of Community Development, Afshan Hamid, to the podium to say a few words. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Mayor and council members, and thank you for that nice introduction. Today, we also have staff from the Housing and Community Services Division, and I would like to introduce them. Adam Marcus, Division Manager, Jennifer Caravallo, who is a staff analyst, and James Stevens, who's a housing inspector. And there are many that are not here today, but I wanted to recognize this division as well. It is a dedicated division that expands and preserves housing opportunities for all in Santa Clara. They manage the city's assets, provide construction loans, and implement affordable housing ordinance, which is a really important tool for this city. They also look at rental and ownership housing opportunities for residents, and they help residents connect to housing opportunities in the cities. Importantly, they also administer the federal and state grants such as home and CDBG. And then you've already recognized Riva Conduro with SV at Home, and that is all I have to do to introduce them. It's a great team. Thank you.
So thank you. Is anyone else speaking? Oh, please come forward. Yes. Welcome.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Council members. My name is Reva Kunduru. I'm honored to be here today on behalf of SV at Home. I want to thank Mayor Lisa Gilmore, council members, and especially the city staff of the Santa Clara Housing Division for participating in Affordable Housing Month and your commitment to advancing affordable housing in the city of Santa Clara. The city's implementation of six-cycle housing element is a meaningful step forward, reducing barriers for affordable housing. This work supports tenant protection, advances innovative housing solutions, and helps affirmatively further fair housing across the city. We applaud the City Council's leadership in taking bold action and promoting mixed-use development here in Santa Clara, which we all need. However, the need remains significant for affordable housing. Over 35% of renters in Santa Clara experience cost burden due to housing cost. Your sustained leadership is critical to expanding access to affordable housing in our region. We celebrate Affordable Housing Month every year, and this year our theme is Strength in Housing, which reminds us that housing is not just a building. It's the foundation of strong communities, which we saw today to be here and experience the community spirit. By investing in affordable housing, we are securing the future and well-being of all our residents. Affordable housing is more than a celebration, it's a movement. By dedicating a whole month, we bring people together to strengthen our shared commitment to real solution for homelessness and rent insecurity. There is strength in coming together, strength in community, and strength in housing, because lasting change happens when we work together. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and we appreciate everything you do at SV at Home, and we also appreciate our staff, because I know we've really given them so many challenges
Yes.
over the past, especially during the pandemic and other times. So thank you to everyone. If I could ask you to come forward, our city staff, and those two that sat way back there, to come forward for a photo. Thank you. All right, thank you all for your patience as we got through all of those. And we're going to move on now to the rest of the council agenda. The next item is the consent calendar. All items are approved with one motion unless an item is pulled for discussion. And I do have a card on 3K. So let's start with anyone on the council. Does the council have anything to pull? All right, seeing none, then we have a speaker on 3K, so let's listen to that. City Clerk?
Yeah, Harry Neal.
Jennifer? Go ahead, Jennifer. Is it Jennifer?
No, right here.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay, welcome.
On? Oh, wonderful.
Yes, go ahead.
Good evening, Council. My name is Harry Neal. I am a student at De Anza College, a local transit advocate, and a member of VTA's Citizens Advisory Committee. However, I'm here in my personal capacity. Item 3K, the Stevens Creek Boulevard Vision Study, is a crucial step forward to new safety measures along arguably the county's most important corridor. It traverses through 3 cities, Cupertino, Santa Clara, and San Jose, and it is a major hub for commerce, education, housing, recreation, and everything in between. It is extremely, extremely important that this study be approved unchanged. Given the nature of the Stevens Creek Vision project, that it is a consensus project, should there be any changes, realistically, it will have to go back to the committee and suffer a 6-month or more delay. That is unacceptable when this is a safety-focused project. Not only that, but the tools laid out in the study for improving the transit experience are extremely, extremely vital, and they will massively improve the transit experience for people like me who want to take transit but don't because it's too slow, or for people who are forced to take transit because they can't afford any other option. There is no downside to accepting the study. Thankfully, I know that most of you aren't too worried about it. You're not like Cupertino. But the tools outlined in the study will create an incredible corridor that is more sustainable, safer, and more prosperous for all. Please vote yes to approve it. Thank you.
Thank you, Harry. So it's on our consent calendar for approval. Is Jennifer for consent?
I don't know.
Jennifer, go ahead, Jennifer. Jennifer?
Good evening, Mayor Gilmore and council members. My name is Jennifer Sheeran, and I've been a community advisory group member for the Corridor Vision Project. I attended every single session, including the steering committee meetings. Tonight, I urge you accept the staff recommendation as it's listed on the consent calendar and work collaboratively towards improving this corridor. I say this because it's the best outcome for our community. It was clear after listening to the public at all the meetings and after the excellent community outreach by Winter Consultants that the residents can see the issues with the corridor. We heard from Harry just a moment ago, and wish for improvements. It's stressful and unsafe for many pedestrians and cyclists on this corridor right now. You may hear some voices that want to continue to prioritize cars and nothing else. I even heard during a steering committee meeting, the chair of the Cupertino Planning Commission emotionally say that to only consider cars and create no bike lanes, no pedestrian changes, and no transit improvements. This is incredibly short-sighted. All local cities have new housing that is being built. If we don't build safe and enjoyable alternate transportation, then our traffic will get much, much worse, and the number of fatalities and serious accidents will increase significantly too. I care about my community, family, friends, and neighbors, and I know you do too. Accepting this resolution is a small way to demonstrate that. I ask that you do so. Thank you for considering my input tonight.
Thank you, Jennifer, and thank you, Harry, also for your involvement with the corridor study plan. We appreciate it. Councilmember Gonzalez, is it on this?
The consent calendar.
Okay.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the consent calendar. Vice Mayor Cox?
I was going to speak towards the corridor, but
You can if you want. It's your district.
Harry, thank you for being here today, and Jennifer, thank you for being online. I do understand that, and I spoke with city staff about some concerns with Cupertino not approving the study and what implications that would have on Santa Clara. So my commitment is, again, to reach out to Cupertino and see, but rest assured, if this goes through, we're going to look at ways to move this forward in Santa Clara, regardless, and how we can implement these changes quickly in our city. It aligns with our priorities, our long-term vision. And so that's my commitment from there, but I will be calling Cupertino as much as I can to see how we get, like you said, the full buy-in from this. So Harry, thanks for being such a great advocate for this and showing up all the time.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Is there any other member of the public that wants to speak on any consent calendar items? If not, Assistant City Clerk, when you're ready, we have a motion and a second. Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. Thank you. Now we're down to public presentations. Those are reserved for items that are not on the agenda. If any member of the public has a public presentation, please come forward. Do we have any? Please come forward. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for your service. It's been a while since I've been here. Thank you that COVID's gone behind us. Thank you for your service. I know that there's a lot of hours spent. I've met with a lot of you for different things. I'm trying to retire, but I am still working part-time. I'm enjoying my interior design. However, this utilities bills that are coming and all these increases, and I'm going to be real blunt, being a Bostonian. Can you guys say no? This is like every year. I wish I got a raise every year consistently. I talked to Suds today about this, but I was looking at the water bill. The water bill. They're wanting to go up 10 and 13%.
We actually have that on the agenda, so this is for items that aren't on the agenda. Did you want to speak on?
The water's on the agenda tonight? I thought it was the 10th.
Oh, is it the 10th?
Tonight's garbage.
Oh, solid waste.
Yeah, I'm
Sorry.
not going to talk about solid
sorry.
waste.
Give
It's okay.
more time. I apologize.
It's okay, I hear you. But anyways,
Yeah.
utilities in general, the water is what I saw today that's really going up. The garbage is not as bad, but it's every year, and it's gone up. My utilities have almost doubled since I moved here in 2012. It sneaks up on us, and you're hearing we're affordable housing, beautiful foster parenting, but living in Santa Clara is getting really, really difficult, and especially for people retiring. And I think we need to look at other creative ways to keep the cost down, more like 1% and 2% per year if it's going to be every single year. I think it's not fair. And I'm just speaking for the people that I know there's a lot of people that agree with me that aren't here tonight, and I just pray that we figure something out. We've really got to cut costs because a lot of people are leaving California or freezing their butts off because they don't want to use their heater. Thank you so much for listening, and I really ask you to, especially with the water, I'm going to try to come back on the 10th when it is on the agenda, but please really think about saying, no, we need to lower these percentages and push back on some of the raising. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Please come forward. Welcome, Brian.
Thank you. I agree with what she said about that, and it was very uplifting to see all of the special acknowledgements. That is actually my favorite part of the meeting. No offense to any other part of the meeting, but that's encouraging. Something that I've really appreciated about Santa Clara is I've lived here or worked here for pretty much my whole life, and is the trees and that kind of stuff, but the perspective of the past, the present, and the future. Because the future of the world was, at least as far as technology goes, started here in Santa Clara. A lot of the things that we built to examine the universe, a lot of the projects that we've done, I was thinking of Viking 1 and 2. And there's this thing online, we're talking about perspective. You know, day in and day out, we're dealing with some pretty serious situations as a country and as a world. And I'm hoping our species makes it. It's not a foregone conclusion that we will. It really isn't. And we need to have that existential terror, not terror, but concern about that, is the pale blue dot. We took Voyager 1, they turned it around, and they took a shot of the Earth-Moon system through the rings of Saturn. And that's where we all live. You live there, I live there, the people in Russia live there, the people in North Korea live there. Everybody lives on that pale blue dot, period. All the past, the present, and the future, at least as far as now. Maybe someday we'll venture off this planet. Hopefully we'll be more aware and more moral when we do and we encounter other beings, which I do believe eventually. It probably won't be while I'm alive, but eventually. There's great distances, but this we've overcome as a species because we work together. You can look back since our great ancestors all the way back to the Serengeti. Each generation gave up for the next generation. Each generation gave up for the next generation. That's very important. Just listen to what Professor Sagan says. Everything was on this little dot. That's the beginning of the common ground we all have to work on. And we really do, because we've actually developed the capability of ending our species in more than one way. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. We have Susan. Next, please come forward. Welcome.
So I have some slides, and is this the, okay. So I'm just going to ask, the button in the middle, that's advances? Yeah, okay. Now, if I can go back. Good.
Yeah.
Okay. So, good evening. I'm Susan Hinton, a 30-year resident of Santa Clara. I also chair the Sierra Club Loma Prieta Chapter Plastic Pollution Prevention Committee. Tonight, I'm introducing the topic of nature versus unnecessary polluting petroleum-based plastics in Santa Clara. This United Nations diagram is meant to show how circularity works for plants in nature. Green plants, including trees, flowering plants, and grass, utilize a process called photosynthesis, which harnesses sunlight and CO2 from the air to make sustenance, sugar, for the plant. In turn, the plant pushes carbon down through its roots into the soil where it is sequestered. It's turned over to soil microorganisms, and when they die, the carbon stays with their remains stashed in the soil. Few plastics, unfortunately, are truly recyclable. By recyclable, I mean they are either turned into exactly the same product they started from, or that they are compostable, like a plant. First, pulling petroleum from the ground and refining it is massively polluting, adding large amounts of greenhouse gases, including carbon dioxide, into the air. Plastics are petroleum products, so they share this deficit with every petroleum product. Next, most plastic is unusable in pure form. Colorants and chemicals are added. The United Nations states that over 13,000 known chemicals of concern, which are chemicals known to cause harm to animals, the environment, or to humans, are added to plastics. Such chemicals include PFAS, polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, and phthalates, many of which can interfere with hormones, increase the risk of cancer, or cause inflammatory disease. These chemicals stay with the plastic as it breaks down. As for disposal, in the United States, more than 90% of plastic is landfilled, where it continues to break down, harming the environment. Some plastic is mechanically recycled, which means it is used in a lesser product because each reuse is less stable. Then, ultimately, it must go into landfill or be chemically recycled through high heat, which is called pyrolysis. Unfortunately, pyrolysis throws more polluting chemicals into the air and water than during plastic's original creation. I will come back to make more public comments, and I will talk about specific unnecessary plastic products. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the presentation. and the PowerPoint. It's helpful. Thank you. All right, next we have Oshi. Please come forward. Followed by Satish. Welcome.
Hi.
Hello.
I would like to make a couple of comments regarding the murder in Washington, D.C. last week of the two Israeli embassy staffers. Their names were Yaron Lishinsky and Sarah Milgram. And forgive me, I'm just going to read because I'm not good in public speaking. There's a straight line between the eruption of the wild hate we've seen in the last 19 months across the country and the murder last week. This wild hate was not only allowed to continue, it was normalized. It wasn't called out enough. And as a result, violence follows. Other minorities suffer discrimination, no doubt. No other minority suffers the intense hate expressed towards the Jews. The lies told against Israel and against the Jews in general are wild, widespread, intense, and do create an atmosphere of tolerance to violence against us. Sometimes it does feel like open season on Jews. If this is allowed to continue, it will spread further. It always starts with the Jews. It never ends with them. For society's sake, this needs to be called out by everyone on all levels, and it needs to stop. From schools, and sometimes ethnic studies can be very problematic for us, universities, even a member of Congress. Thank you.
Thank you, Oshi. Thank you. It was a horrific event as well. Satish, followed by Maria. Welcome, Satish.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, council members, everyone. So my name is Sunny, and I rise today as a concerned citizen disturbed by the growing spread of hatred-fueled ideology right here in America. Just days ago, 2 innocent Jewish Americans were murdered in Washington, D.C. in what appears to be a targeted act of terrorism. This wasn't protest. This wasn't political expression. It was a violence driven by hatred, part of growing radical movement that masquerades as justice while actively glorifying terror. But the threat isn't just the individuals who committed this atrocity. It's the broader environment that allows this extremism to fester in our schools, on our campuses, in media, and yes, even among some of our public institutions. There is a growing normalization of anti-Semitic rhetoric, repackaged as activism, that is eroding the moral clarity this nation once upheld. Perhaps most shocking of all, we now hear leaders of prominent organizations like Zahra Billu, the director of CARE in San Francisco, publicly celebrating news of President Biden's cancer diagnosis, framing it as some kind of cosmic justice for US policies in the Middle East. That's not political critique, that is a hate speech. And when hate like this goes unchallenged, it becomes dangerous. This city, like this country, must never be neutral in the face of hatred. I respectfully urge this council to take a clear stand, condemn the recent act of terror in DC, acknowledge the growing danger of radical ideologies taking root under the false banner of social justice, and demand accountability from any institution, be it educational, civic, or nonprofit, that allows incitement, glorification of violence, or targeting of any community. Jewish Americans, Hindu Americans, Muslim Americans, and countless others are watching closely. We are asking you to lead, not later, but now. Thank you.
Thank you, Satish. That hatred has no place here in Santa Clara. Maria, is Maria here? Welcome, Maria.
Mayor Gilmore.
Can you bring the microphone over to you? Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, Mayor Gilmore and council members. This is going to be very quick. I was not really prepared to to talk, but I think Satish has put my speaker's card, so here I am. Well,
Thank you, Satish.
I came from an Islamic country from Southeast Asia, and the reason why I'm in the United States because I escaped the horrible riots that happens in 1998, where 3,000 perished. Although I think the formal number that the government would like to send out was 1,500, but I know that it's more than that. And unfortunately, the riots were chanting Allahu Akbar when they burned, they raped, and they murdered. So I escaped. I mean that it was not in the town that I was living in, but it traumatized me. I think it was until many years after being in the United States, I still had nightmares about it. And when October 7 happened, it brings the old trauma back. Now, I mean that, granted that when in my early days in the United States, I've experienced a little bit of racism or discrimination because the way I speak, the way I carried myself probably, but so I'm very anti discrimination and racism. But then again, I see that how come our Jewish friends and children, even at schools, they are experiencing some racist attacks just because they're Jewish. So I don't agree to that. Another thing is also on social media and also I've been to different city councils as well. And I have seen the what we probably recognize as the Cafier Brigade and also CARE, whom I understand that the head office is in your backyard in Santa Clara, and they would unfortunately bring up they lay claim to the disputed land, which is the Levant. There is Palestine and there is also Israel. And I don't think that the city, respected city management and city council members are to be brought to discuss about the disputed lands. That's just, thank you so much.
Thank you, Maria. Thank you for sharing your story with us. Thank you. Next, we have Mark. Mark's online. Go ahead, Mark.
Mayor and Council, thank you very much for the opportunity. I want to thank the Mayor and Council for the proclamation recognizing Historic Preservation Month in May. And I would follow that by urging the Council to provide funding and adopt policies that enable historic preservation. There are many needs for historic preservations in the city of Santa Clara that are underfunded and under-resourced and are not recognized with appropriate policies and legislation. And I'll just cite one, the Park Court neighborhood, which I live adjacent to, is a historic district. It should be recognized officially as a historic district and should be protected as such. Our city historian, Lori Garcia, has recognized it as the first automobile suburb built in the city of Santa Clara. It was part of the small homes movement in the 1920s throughout the nation, and it is a unique community. As you may know, Park Court recently celebrated its 100th anniversary. It was built 100 years ago and completed in 1925. And unfortunately, Park Court is now threatened by an investor who proposes to develop one of the small homes on Park Court into a mega mansion, completely out of character with the district. That's something to be adjudicated, no doubt, over time, but it points to the lack of recognition of Park Court as a historic district and the lack of protection for historic resources in the city of Santa Clara. There are many other examples that could be cited in Santa Clara, and I would urge the council to take this opportunity, with May being Historic Preservation Month, to adopt funding and policies and legislation that protect the historic resources of Santa Clara. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Next, we have iPhone. iPhone online. Go ahead. Hi, Linda.
And I don't know how to put my name
I
on.
know, I should know, but I don't want to presume. Go ahead.
I wanted to speak on the Jewish thing, which is not your stuff, but a lot of Jews conflate being Jewish versus being Israeli. There are more Jews who live in America, by twice as many as live in the nation of Israel. But they act as if Israel is the only place. So why don't they all go there? Or why don't they all come here? Or at least part of my feeling is that Jews have felt bullied, so now they're bullying in turn. The other thing is that I really do wish that people would get together more and just spend time talking. I wish that there were a lot of Jews in Santa Clara who would visit with the Islamic Center and see that they're mostly peaceful people. And I wish that a lot of the Muslims felt okay to visit temples and say, yes, we are peaceful people. And there are radicals on every side that I think they should be ostracized, but they managed to take over everything. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see anyone else. All right, we're going to move on then with the rest of our agenda. We have no consent items pulled for discussion. So now our next item is item number 4. It's a public hearing, action on the resolution setting rates for overall solid waste service and annual cleanup campaign in the exclusive franchise area. So it's a public hearing. I'm going to declare the public hearing open. City Manager.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council. As you mentioned, this item is to set your 25-26 solid waste rates and provide an update on the annual cleanup campaign. Monthly bundled rates are estimated to increase by approximately 2 to 4% for cart customers and 4.5 to 5.5% for bin customers, depending on the services that they subscribe to. The primary driver for these rate increases is the contractual cost of living adjustments for the city's 3 contractors: Mission Trail Waste Systems, Green Waste Recovery, and Recology. R3 Consulting Group provided a rate study, has provided rate study services to the city, as well as confirmed the solid waste costs that are being spread to all customers are being done so in an equitable manner. Tonight, the presentation on this item will be provided by staff. Deputy Director for our Public Works Department, Dave Staub, is here to provide the presentation. Dave.
Welcome.
The public hearing tonight. So we do have bundled solid waste rates. The services provided that the rates cover include garbage, yard trimmings, residential recycling, and our annual cleanup campaign. The rates for each service that a customer subscribes to get combined into a bundled rate. And as the city manager mentioned, the primary reason for the rate increases is where we have contractually obligated increases to pay the service providers that provide solid waste collection and disposal and processing services. Effective July 1, 2025, Mission Trail Waste Systems will get a 5% increase based on the water sewer trash index. Green waste recovery will increase 2.4% for mixed waste processing. That's based on the Bay Area CPI. And recology will increase 5.3%, which is based on the 5% WST increase, the water sewer trash index, as well as 0.3% for route growth. So as I mentioned, we have bundled solid waste rates. R3 Consulting has prepared a rate study for our fiscal year 25-26 rates. The rates we're proposing tonight are recommended to cover the cost of each service to ensure equity. So we're not looking to pad reserves or utilize reserves. So they're at cost recovery. This slide shows a summary of each of the cart components of the solid waste rates. In the column to the left, where it says percentage of subscriptions, you can see that for the first 4 lines represent the garbage cart subscriptions. The 32-gallon cart is the most commonly subscribed to service. 52% of our residents on cart service subscribe to the 32-gallon size. The 64-gallon cart is the second largest at 31% subscriptions. The other notable item I wanted to call out on this slide is it shows, the current rates as well as the increases for each of the components, specifically on yard trimmings. You can see that rate is going up by $1.23 this year. This was anticipated. Last fall, we brought to council an agreement with Green Waste Zanker Material Recovery Facility to process our yard trimmings and compost them. We'd been in a 35-year long-term agreement with Newbie Island Landfill operated by Republic Services and had really good contract pricing. Before 2025, we were paying $48.37 a ton. We did go out to bid last fall and received 2 proposals. We selected the low-cost proposal, which was from Green Waste Zanker. So the new cost is $68 per ton, which that's almost $20 more expensive than what we were paying before. The next lowest bid was to continue service at Newbie Island for composting. They were going to charge us $102 if we'd gone with them. So even though it is an increase, it was expected, and by going out for requests for proposals, we believe we got the best price that we could get. This next slide shows bundled rates by cart size. So just want to call your family. TH stands for townhouse. The difference between a townhouse rate versus the single family rate is the townhouse customers do not pay for or receive yard trimmings collection services. So they're not paying that portion of the rate. They're not paying that. Currently it's $15.14 a month, but proposed to be $16.37. So it's basically the calculation is the single family rate for a particular size container less the $16.37. That's how you get the townhouse rate. We are the only city in the area that has a townhouse rate where if residents are not utilizing a yard trimmings service, they're not paying for it. Other cities, everybody's paying for it, whether or not they're actually using it. And just of note here, 20% of the cart customers in the city are on townhouse rates versus about 80% on single family rates. So from this slide, you can see increases from 2.2% all the way up to 4.1%. The increases on the single-family services are higher than the townhouse service, and again, that's because the yard trimmings is going up substantially, and that's the primary driver in this case for the difference between the townhouse and single-family house. This slide shows for our bin customers. So bin customers, a lot of times people just think it's commercial business, but most multifamily dwellings of over five plus units subscribe to bin service. Our bin rates are being proposed to go up anywhere from 4.67% to 5.4%. There is a bit of a difference in that, just, since we'd done our previous rate study back in 2021, there'd been some generation and disposal differences, and R3, our consultant, made those adjustments in this year's rate study. That's why they're different than the cart for the cart customers. So every year we do a countywide rate comparison. So I just want to note that the rates that we're comparing countywide are based on current fiscal year 24-25 rates. The rates we're comparing for our city are the proposed 25-26 rates. Some of the jurisdictions will be pursuing rate increases, in the near term, and they will go up. I think what this chart shows is on our single-family rate, we're a bit above the countywide average for the 20-gallon container and the 32-gallon container. We are below county average on the 64 and 96-gallon containers for the single-family homes. But if you look at the bottom row, the townhouse rate, we are clearly the lowest in the county on those rates. Just a note, these rates do exclude the cleanup campaign costs. No other city offers a comparative program. And again, no other city offers the townhouse rates where customers aren't paying for the yard trimmings service. This table shows our comparison with countywide agencies for our garbage bin rates. And by and large, and again, we are comparing fiscal year 24-25 rates throughout the county to our proposed fiscal year 25-26 rates. And in each instance, except for the 3 cubic yard bin service 3 times a week, we are lower than the 3 cubic yard bin, we are lower than the countywide average. Just a couple of notes here. Because we do mixed waste processing, residents or customers don't need to subscribe to an additional container, so it's really hard to reflect that into price comparisons. So most jurisdictions that these are garbage rates, but then they also have to subscribe to a separate organics container, which comes with an additional charge. And again, most agencies do anticipate that there will be rate increases coming at some point in fiscal year 25-26. So with that, we are here for a public hearing today. So solid waste customers may submit oral and written protests until the close of public hearing. At the close of the public hearing, protests are tabulated. We sent out 35,911 notices on April 11th. If protests tabulated are 50% plus 1, the proposed fee cannot be imposed. And if there is not a majority protest, council can make and act on a motion to increase the solid waste rates. So staff's recommendation is to adopt a resolution setting the overall rates to be charged to ratepayers for the collection and disposal of garbage, refuse, yard trimmings, recycling, and annual cleanup campaign in the exclusive franchise area, effective for the utility bills issued for services rendered on or after July 1st, 2025. And with that concludes my presentation, and happy to take questions.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Do we have any council members that have questions? We'll start with Councilmember Jane.
Thank you, Assistant Director Staub. We're a family of three. We have the 20-gallon bin, and it seems to be perfectly adequate. And when we do have a situation where we have more garbage than what will fit in the bin, we have these extra garbage bags that we pay for. How widely known is that program, and can we try to encourage people to go into 20-gallon bins to save money? Also, the green waste costs went up substantially. We have a very popular compost giveaway program. It's only twice a year, but it's oversubscribed. People have to wait in line for a long time. Can we figure out a way for us to give away more compost without having to have a special event if we just pilot somewhere? And then I noticed that the cleanup campaign had a very small increase, like 3 cents. Is that the difference in collection costs versus disposal costs? Because you would think that it also would go up like 2 to 4%. And then if you could just talk about some cases in front of multifamily complexes, the bins are overflowing. What do we do about monitoring that when people try to save money by undersizing their bins? Thank you.
Vice Mayor Cox.
Thank you, Assistant Director. So I understand that the rate increases are primarily because of compensation changes in these agreements. I want to understand a little bit more, since we're contracted with these 3 companies through 2036, how frequently we should anticipate seeing a cost of living adjustment. In that, do we have privy, it might be privileged information, to any of the metrics that they use when they're doing their index for cost of living increases? I also wondered, that says that the rate increases in the notice are necessary to fund the contractually obligated compensation. And so do the rate increases between these 3 companies reflect that difference in compensation with each of the companies? Does that question make sense? For example, if Recology's contracts are going up by 5%, is that why there's a 5% with them? Do you see, is it independent of each company? Okay, and then finally, Resolution E6 emphasized that the rate increases are distinct from actual provider compensation rates, and they're instead used for cost recovery if there's anything over the need for the compensation. So I'm wondering if we could clarify what portion is retained from the city there to use for cost recovery, and how much of this actually goes to the contractual upgrade and the cost of living. And again, it seems to me that if this is governed by contract terms with built-in escalators, these aren't automatically then adjusted when the customer rates are increased, right? A customer rate increase doesn't negate necessarily an uptick in the compensation of the providers. So I'd like to know a little bit more about that relationship. Thank you.
Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I had some of the same questions as our Vice Mayor. But one question that I did have was, I know that townhomes don't have that green waste basket or bin, but they do have green waste. What happens to that? And is the city adversely affected by the way that's processed or removed? I mean, it's great to have a lower rate for them, but if they're not paying, I would say, their fair share or what have you, maybe there's something that we need to look at there. But definitely, I think Vice Mayor Cox had a lot of great questions.
Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. I was trying to remember the state law number, but I know that we cannot charge more than what the service costs us. And we want our residents to understand that's what we are charged. I know Councilmember Jane mentioned he has 3 family members, and they have a 20-gallon. I have 4 family members and only have a 20-gallon and have never needed any larger than that. but I wonder if it's a lot of people, we have our cleanup day, but we also have requested and have gotten more drop-off days for our residents. So maybe this is a good time to remind people of that, showing that you have a Santa Clara address. And there's no limit on the recycle bins, both the green and the blue. I know I personally have 2 of each. And sometimes I use all that and sometimes I don't. But helping our residents understand that there's a way to keep their costs down if they choose to. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Dave. Question is, I follow up the question. Councilman Hardy mentioned that sometimes the green are full, sometimes they are not. And I did present this thing earlier too. If we want to reduce the cost, we can make the green bin pickup bi-weekly. Because if somebody has one bin and they have more trees or green waste, basically, recycling waste, organic waste, they can have 2, but we can reduce the cycle to bi-weekly. And it is being done in several countries, especially in our area right now because of the drought-tolerant yards. The green is not that much. And people, as my green bin never full in a week. And I have a magnolia tree which has a lot of shedding, still not full. One way to reduce is make it bi-weekly instead of weekly, and that can reduce the pickup cost for that. How can we do that? That's my question. And my second question is for the bins which are at the townhouses, how can we enforce that they don't overflow or they're kept at the right place on the day of pickup and back to the place where they need to go same day or within 24 hours, whatever the case may be. Because I got a lot of complaints from one of the areas in my district that bins are overflowing and the bins are not kept back and they're hindering all the parking spaces in the area. How can we have enforcement on those? Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Park.
Yes, thank you very much for the report. I feel like the questions that I have are the same questions we go every year. One of the questions is always like, why do our costs, I mean, we have a fixed cost for having to go out to pick up garbage. And then once you have that fixed cost, it doesn't really increase by the amount of garbage that you actually have, meaning, I mean, I'm also one of the families. We have 3 people in our house, and we have a 20-gallon bin, and that's just fine for us. We try to generate as little garbage as possible. But I think it would help people switch to a smaller bin, not only to save, but because it was cheaper. And I'm noticing that the county rates follow what I would like to see, which is it's cheaper to get a smaller bin. And then it gets expensive. I mean, it's not linearly, it doesn't go linear, but it goes up much higher than in Santa Clara. And I would think that the countywide average, which shows that 20 gallons is 40, 32 gallons is 48, 64 gallons is 85, and culminating with 127 essentially at 96. You can see the increase, but with Santa Clara, it's more flat. And I mean, the question has always been, how do we get people to benefit from moving to a smaller bin, right? And the short answer is, well, we can't. We've got Prop 26, which says we have to, we can't charge more than our costs. But how is it that the county, they have rates that are a little bit more what I would expect? It costs more to have more garbage. I don't know if we're only looking at cost to pick up or if we're looking at cost to process, but I mean, that's one of the questions. And I noticed that the countywide rates for the recycling, they don't really include, I mean, do the county have, do they have green waste disposal? I mean, I think they do. And as a result, I almost feel that showing that we have lower rates because of the townhouse rates is kind of disingenuous. I feel that we should only consider like with like and compare our rates with the county rates that have the single-family rates with the county rates because they have the same pickup. And again, I think one of the things that I'd like to see is I'd like to see ways to get people to reduce the amount of garbage. And one of the ways that I think this is doable, if, like I see with the county, it's noticeably more expensive to get a larger bin. In some cases, I know that people have gotten the larger bin because cost per gallon, it's much cheaper to get the larger bin. And I think this is the wrong way to go. I mean, I'm not saying that we should raise rates, but I almost feel that at least on the low end, we should have a discount for people who are producing less garbage. Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Chahal, you're back on.
Mayor, I just want to clarify. I said bi-weekly. Actually, I misspoke. I said pick up once in 2 weeks.
I understand. I did
Bi-monthly, yeah. I misspoke. I just want to clarify that.
Okay, thank you. So would you like to answer those questions, or should I go to the public first? Maybe I'll go to the public first so that we can get all the questions. Or maybe, no, let me have you answer those questions, because then that may lead to more public questions.
All right,
Let's do it that way.
I will go ahead and start.
Arguing with myself.
And then we do have Gar Schultz from R3 Consulting is online as a panelist in case I have any rate study specific questions. But to start, Councilmember Jane asked how widely known is the garbage bag tag program. I would say on average, it spikes around holidays. We probably pick up 30 to 40 extra bags per week. I don't know that we've ever done a targeted piece of outreach solely on extra bag tags. We have, typically around the holidays, we do offer free additional pickups the 2 weeks following the Christmas and New Year's holidays for extra holiday trash, where residents can put up an additional 2 32-gallon bags at no additional charge. So we do highlight that, as well as front-load bin customers once a year can get their bin tipped for free. They just have to call into Mission Trail to make that appointment. I know that we target that message around the holidays, but we could probably do a better job of publicizing that more in the spring, well, probably summer months. Everybody uses cleanup campaign for spring disposal. Compost giveaway, how to give more, and can we pilot it somewhere else? I will say that our most recent compost giveaway last April was by far our largest that we have had. We had double the participation at that particular event than any of our previous ones. I believe participation was about 240 vehicles. We're typically at 120. We were surprised at the turnout. So, for the next event, we're looking at options of extending the hours. I believe it was from 9 to 12 last year, or last month. Possibly longer hours, different traffic pattern. In terms of piloting it at a place, we would just need to identify a place like a park that would want to stockpile. We can purchase the compost and have it available for people to pick it up and load it. But we have explored the community garden. They don't have enough space. Our corporation yard's not practical because it's not readily accessible to the public, and it interferes with work operations if we have to call somebody in from the field to go meet a resident, take them back to the pile. So, we're open to exploring possibilities, but we haven't identified any, but we are trying to take measures to make future drop-offs more I'll say more efficient than the last one. But the last one caught us by surprise. It was very big, and we were very happy with that. Small cleanup campaign charge or rate increase. The primary reason is, our cleanup campaign volumes are actually going down. So our collection costs have been going up a bit, but because the volumes being picked up seem to have shrunk since 2020. That kind of it balances itself out. When I first started doing this 27 years ago, it was my first cleanup campaign. We used to pick up 8,000 to 9,000 tons a year. We're now picking up 3,000 to 4,000. So it is being used less. Overflowing bins and how to monitor. So we do enforcement on overflowing bins. We work with Mission Trail Waste Systems, who's right now, we had a meeting with them a couple months ago. They're actually looking at, they've got some video technology installed on the truck that can actually record things, and it will make it easier for us to send courtesy notices, and then if the courtesy notices aren't helping, they would get turned over to the city for enforcement. So we do have programs in place, and if a customer needs additional service to contain all their waste, we will require it and just direct Mission Trail to switch out a container, and the customer's rates would reflect the new billing. So we are doing that, and we anticipate some efficiency coming up over the next year. The cost of Councilmember Cox asked about the cost of living adjustment. So let me. So these compensation adjustments, so these are written into they're about 15-year agreements with each of the service providers that, each year they've got labor cost increases, and during negotiations for the service providers, we negotiated the different cost of living adjustment indices. So the water, sewer, trash index is more targeted at costs as they impact the solid waste and wastewater and water utility industries, which have actually, we've had bad inflation, just looking with the CPI, but over the last 5 or 6 years, particularly the COVID years, the cost to buy new collection vehicles or parts for collection vehicles have just skyrocketed. So both Mission Trail and Recology, were fairly adamant that they wanted indices based on the water, sewer, trash index instead of the Bay Area-wide CPI, because the Bay Area-wide CPI was not keeping up with their business model, particularly with collection vehicles. Green Waste Recovery for the mixed waste processing agreement actually preferred the CPI adjustment, because I think that's what they use with the majority of their customers. Plus, we're delivering them the material, so they may not have the same issues with the collection vehicles and the paying of drivers. But so so these, just to be clear, these are the compensation adjustments that we're paying the service providers. And then these are the actual component rates. So the easiest one to point to is the recycling rate, going from $8.02 to $8.39, an increase of 37 cents. So Recology is our curbside recycling program service provider. So as you can see, there's a difference between what the rate is and what's being charged to what we're paying the service provider versus what the actual rate is. Inclusive of that rate is we also are paying for recyclable commodity processing costs. We charge staff time to the curbside recycling program because we're working on diversion programs. So they're linked, but they're not the same. Does that kind of make sense? So the compensation's just paid to the contractor. The rate is actually set to cover costs paid to contractor as well as city program costs, which includes city staff, as well as some recycling processing costs.
I'm sorry, inarticulately trying to ask is if we did a 2.5 increase on, was it Mission Trail? I can't remember the one that was in the middle.
Mission Trail was 5, Green Waste 2.4.
Green Waste, then did we see a 2.5 increase in the rate change?
So Green Waste is processing our garbage as well as our recycling. So those differences get blended into the rate increases. That was done by our rate consultant, Gar Schultz from R3. I can ask.
No, it's I think kind of a moot point. I think that the follow-up question of, as you just alluded to, the fact that there are portions of this going to administrative costs, again, in the resolution section, I think 3.6, again, spoke to cost recovery, which might be opposed to what I'd heard say that we cannot charge above and beyond, I think it was mentioned, the cost of services, but in addition to compensation, we did a small rate increase to cover cost recovery then. And so I think that what I was asking is, are we able to articulate to the public what the difference is between what the compensation rate need increase was and then what the cost recovery portion of that was?
So I would answer that we targeted set the rates to achieve cost recovery. So the rates that you see on that screen are those are at cost recovery for each of the components of the rate. Really what I think was meant to be said earlier is that each one class of ratepayers or for one service is, Prop 218 prohibits that one class being basically being undercharged while another rate is being overcharged to compensate for that. So it's that inequity that is a Prop 218 violation. Maybe the city attorney wants to you could say that better than I can.
Yeah, no, I think you said it right. I mean, it is Prop 218 that governs these fees, not Prop 26, because they're property-related fees, and so it's a Prop 218 matter. There still is a requirement that the fees be related to the recovery of costs. They can be our costs. They can be if we're providing the service ourselves, they can be the franchise haulers' costs. They're allowed to make a reasonable profit. That's included, as a cost recovery element to it, and it can include a franchise fee. And so there's different things that can be built into a rate when you're actually contracting, with the franchise hauler. And the analysis that's done and the contracts that were entered into are consistent with all the legal requirements under Prop 218. The additional element and requirement of Prop 218, of course, which we'll get to later, is that the public is allowed the opportunity to protest, any rate increase. And so that's an exercise that we'll go through after the staff's presentation, and we go to the public to tabulate whether or not there's a sufficient number of people to object to that rate. So even if you are charging within a lawful rate, Prop 218 affords the public an opportunity to say, we don't accept that for the protest procedure. So there's a number of protections built in under law that we, of course, comply with in order to make sure that what's presented to you is something that you can lawfully act on. I think the tension that you're getting at as well is the difference between what our contract says and the calculations that done to increase the rates, and what you actually charge. In theory, you could charge less than what the contract calls for, but then the general fund would need to subsidize the difference between what the contractor is required to be paid and what you are saying the rate is that can be charged to somebody. So that's another thing I think that you struck on when you noticed the difference between, maybe you didn't.
Well, perhaps I made the question too complicated. If I was I am a ratepayer and I wanted to say, okay, my rates are going up, how much of this is because the compensation changed and what of this is extra? It's that simple, what I'm asking.
Sure. Let me try and simplify it. All of it is because the cost increased. And so some of that is the contractor's cost. Other portion of it is our costs. But it is all related to the cost to provide the service. Is that?
It does. I'm wondering if we actually have those numbers.
Right. And so we do, and that's why we hire R3, which is a consultant that specializes in these type of rate analysis. And R3 is an entity that works for public agencies, not the garbage companies. And so they take the data, crunch it, analyze it. And well, first we get the data from the company. We then hire R3 to confirm, review, go through an analysis, and provide us with our recommendation if, in fact, what the company submitted to us is correct, and provide us a recommendation. And there's oftentimes an interface, and sometimes the rate can actually go down lower because of the work that our consultant did on our behalf.
All right, thank you, City Manager. Just to kind of tie that up, so each rate that you see that is being proposed, every single rate R3 Consulting has gone through, and it's based on the sum of the collection, the costs paid to the collector, plus the cost for processing and disposal or recycling. That's the second element. And the third element is the city program costs, which would be overhead, street sweeping, and garbage is a city program cost and garbage rates. So we fund our street sweeping program through the garbage rates. So each rate classification we have is comprised of those three elements.
Is that it for the questions?
Nope, I still have more. So Councilmember Gonzalez asked, how do townhouses dispose of green waste? So typically, they don't have very much. And if they do have a substantive amount, if it's through a homeowners association and they're hiring a landscape company, the landscape company is required to direct haul it. So that covers the majority of front yards for customers that subscribe to townhouse service. If somebody has like a small garden in the back of their property, and that they're really, they just have a couple handfuls of organic material, they can put it in their black garbage container. And because we take our materials to a material recovery facility where the organics get separated and then sent out to a composting facility, they are able, they are still getting diverted. That's a more expensive way to handle the organics than source separated yard trimmings, but the organics at townhouses are still getting diverted. Councilmember Hardy asked about additional, or referenced additional free disposal days. So last year we implemented 2 additional free disposal days to give us a total of 4. I think the public seems to be attending those pretty well. They are being utilized. And then you mentioned something about unlimited bins for yard trimmings and recycling. So, and that actually kind of ties into some of the later questions we had. So yard trimmings and recycling, they are unlimited services. So whether you're filling up, they're just structured that whether you're filling up half your container of yard trimmings or half your container of recyclables, the person that's filling up the whole container is still charged the same amount. And particularly with recyclables, it was set up that way back when the commodities actually had a value, and it was, the prevailing way of doing business was that, the service providers wanted those materials and would actually pay the city, some, $30, $50 a ton versus us now having to pay $20 or $30 a ton. But yes, that is true. And, it kind of dovetails into well, why is a bundled 20 or 32 gallon cart, why don't the rates go up linearly? And the answer is exactly that. It's because, if you have yard trimming service, you're paying the full amount for yard trimming service. There is the incentive to divert there. You can utilize that as much as you want. Same with the yard trimmings cart. So, if you're a single family home, whether you've got a 20 gallon garbage cart or a 96 gallon garbage cart, you're paying the $15.14 or the $16.37 effective July 1st if this is passed, and the $8.39, and all that's the same for all sizes, and that's why that is because we know those cost centers, and other jurisdictions don't necessarily have their cost centers broken out the way that we do. That's why our rates are structured the way that they are. To get the 20 gallon single family rate, going the wrong way. It's simply a matter of you take the 20 gallon rate plus the yard trimmings plus the recycling plus the cleanup campaign. That's your bundled solid waste rate. So I think that kind of touched on some of Councilmember Chahal and Park's questions about, why aren't they linear? Councilmember Chahal asked about overflowing enforcement. I talked about that already. Set out and take back, early set out of containers and placing containers, removing containers from the street. We do enforcement. That is on a complaint basis only. Our Public Works department does do that enforcement. It doesn't go to community development. So if we get calls, and we do go out and enforce. Bi-weekly green waste, or twice or every other week green waste collection. That one's, is it something that could potentially be done? Yeah, probably. I will say that the yard trimmings has more seasonal volatility than the other containers, particularly during the fall where we've got residents that they need an extra container to contain the leaves. The other challenge during the hot months with the every other week yard trimmings collection is, when it is hot out, the yard trimmings are organic and they will begin to start rotting. And even if just a couple days on a really hot day, you open the lid after you've mowed the lawn a couple days ago, it's got quite an odor. So those are things that would need to balance out. As far as I know, City of Mountain View is the only city in the county that does any sort of every other week collection. They do that with their curbside recycling. So their curbside recycling only gets collected every other week, but I'm not aware of anybody that does every other week yard trimmings collection. And then Councilmember Park mentioned you don't care for the comparison of townhouse rates because nobody else offers that service. You can look at it, you know, we're just trying to present all the information. If we did not have a townhouse rate, you know, that 20% of the customer base would be very adversely impacted by that. That would be a large increase. I think that, you know, we've always been proud that we are only charging for services that we're offering, and that, you know, we believe that that's good value. And I think that, you know, the folks that are able to take advantage of the townhouse service appreciate not having to pay for a service that they don't use. And I think that I've covered all the questions from council.
Thank you so much for that. That was a lot of questions. We appreciate your going through each one of them. We're going to go to the public now. This is a public hearing. Is there anyone here that would like to speak? I have an online person as well. No, come on.
Thank you, Council. I really appreciate the diligence tonight. I know that it's getting late, past our bedtime. Next time I'll get 17,000 people to say no. You know what, I appreciate everything that's being said, and I'm in construction. I know costs have gone up, but I think it's like a timeshare. We have maintenance fees that go up every year for the rest of our lives. And I just feel like it's a big burden on people. I just, you know, especially people retiring and trying to be on a limited income. There's so much cost, and I think we're really feeling it in Silicon Valley. I've been going to Tennessee and wishing I could live there. But anyways, I do appreciate all the things, and I think we need to keep exploring. And seriously, I'll look at the other utilities and do, as a member of our community, everything I can on my side. And any of you can reach out to me as a resident to try to help support you to make some good changes to, I'm going to 20 gallons right away. And I didn't think of that, and I didn't know about the tag thing. Some of the stuff I heard tonight was very educational for me too, and I will pass the information on to others. Thank you so much for all you guys do.
Thank you. We have Linda. Go ahead, Linda.
Hello, thank you for changing my name.
You did, yes, thank you.
Somebody did, anyway, it wasn't me.
Oh, Nora, thank you, Nora. Okay.
So, the bi-monthly green waste, I definitely would agree with. People do tend to use it this week and not next week or whatever. And if you make friends with your neighbors, if you have an overflowing bin this week and can I use your bin? And sure. So people do that a lot. There's a lot less grass, so there's a lot less stink. It's more tree waste, etc. Second thing, again, you should have a send out monthly letter when you get your bill. There should be a letter in there about the reducing the bin sizes, and that you can do a tag if you need to once in a while, because I also didn't know about that. The city cleanup, which is really nice in some ways and really horrible in others. I think that the garage sale is a great, citywide garage sale is a great idea, because that lets people use the things that I no longer have a use for. And a real good trick that I realized is putting on the city website and on the individual things, when I put them out on my driveway, free. So yes, I'm in the house, but having to sit out there in the hot sun all day, you don't make enough money to do that. But if you just have it free to good use, great. And then have a bin pickup where you call and say, hey, Could I have somebody come out and bring a bin?
Thank you,
Can I have
Lynn.
a little bit- Can I have a little bit more time?
You can have about another 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's see. The last thing is, I would like to take a tour of a waste facility at some point. And I guess the next thing is that yes, they really did good tree trimming and light trimming the next day when I called. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Linda. All right, I don't see any other public members. May I have a motion to close the public hearing?
Second.
Motion second to close the public. City Manager, did you have something to say before we close the public hearing?
Not before we close the public.
All right.
I did, I seconded it.
Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. Do you have something to say before I make statements?
Yes, just want to alert the public of a note in the City Council staff report that highlights our rate assistance program. And so we do have a low-income rate assistance program for any customers that qualify through the Silicon Valley Power low-income rate assistance program. They receive $10, a $10 discount per month. That is funded in two parts. One, Mission Trail Waste Systems provides a 3% discount, and the balance, the remaining $7 is funded by the city's general fund to the tune of $102,000, which is included in the operating budget to help support that low-income discount.
Very good. Thank you for that. So thank you. The proposed rate increases are subject to Proposition 218, which gives residents the right to lodge a written protest against the proposed increase. Assistant City Clerk, do you have any information about the number of written protests that we have received?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As of the conclusion of the public hearing, the City of Santa Clara has received 12 written protests to the proposed rate increase for solid waste services. The number of protests does not amount to a majority of the identified parcel owners subject to the fee. Consequently, there is an insufficient number of written protests to constitute a majority protest under Proposition 218, and the City Council may proceed with considering the resolution.
All right, thank you. So 12 written protests. All right. So the next question is, do I have a motion?
I have my letter, and I'm willing to
sorry.
make a motion.
Go ahead.
To recommend
Councilmember Hardy.
Alternative one, adopt the resolution setting the overall rates to be charged to ratepayers for the collection and disposal of garbage, refuse, yard trimmings, recycling, annual cleanup campaign in the exclusive franchise area, effective for the utility bills issued, rendered on or after July 1st. I will, I'm waiting for a second, but I will say I'm remembering something from my college days in a class in public health. I learned the reason for weekly pickup of any trash is the gestation rate for houseflies is 8 days. And it is to break up that gestation so you have less problems with houseflies. And that's why there's been a weekly cleanup. And that's why I found that interesting.
Thank you. She made a motion. Is there a second?
I had a comment.
I know I see comments, but is there a second? I'll okay, second by Councilmember Gonzalez. Thank you. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. So there are multiple reasons our rates are going high. One is the cost increase. Definitely there is a cost increase. But there is another big factor. The council policy matters. Like in 2020, council made a very bad policy decision, which has increased our rates to this level. We were one of the lowest utility rates in whole of a Bay Area at that time. And council made a decision by which we are all suffering right now. I predicted that time every year the residents will pay almost $2 million more, and that's what we are paying. Give you an example, like what we proposed was, or we a minority of the council at that time, 4-3, we proposed what city of Milpitas and city of Sunnyvale is doing. Let me give you an example right now. City of Milpitas, I know those are their 24, 25 rates. They have not increased 25, 20. I'm comparing those with our 25, 26. But even if you apply 2, 3, 5% on that, so Milpitas doesn't have a 20 to 24 gallon bin. They have 38 gallon bin. So I'm comparing that with our 32 to 35. Our residents are paying 28% higher than them, 28% higher than Milpitas. Go to next one, 65 gallon. Milpitas are 53.44, ours is 78.51, which is 47% more than what Milpitas residents are paying. And if you go to 95 gallon, Milpitas pays 61.38, and a resident in city of Santa Clara pays $103.22, which is 68% more. And that's what I'm saying. This was a bad policy decision by the city of Santa Clara Council, not by the staff, by the council, with the bad decision. If I compare with Sunnyvale, which has a similar system, and both Sunnyvale and Milpitas have a split bin mechanism, whereas we don't. Sunnyvale, smallest gallon, 20 to 24 gallon, we are higher by 14%. 32 to 35 gallon, we are higher by 16%. 65 gallon, we are higher by 44%. So this clearly shows why the city of Santa Clara residents are paying more on this garbage rates. And I'm not going to support this. I've not supported this thing since 2020. I'm not going to support this thing. Now, some suggestions. As I mentioned, I would suggest we should explore yard trimmings pickup every 2 weeks. That can save us some money to all the residents of city of Santa Clara, and it will not create any health issues. What Councilmember Hardy is talking about is the actual garbage, which stinks. The green yard, if it is a tree, dry leaves, they don't stink at all. And lot of these countries are doing that. I'm coming. Green yard waste, and a lot of our yards are reducing the green waste anyway because they convert into drought-tolerant portion of that, and so the green waste is itself being reduced. So we should explore these things to reduce rates for our residents, for that matter. Sunnyvale and Cupertino and Mountain View, they have this program, and they offer free certified organic compost up to 200 gallons per week, compost and mulch to their residents anytime, up to 200 gallons a week. They can come anytime, they get free compost. That's a plan they have, and we should introduce that because a lot of our people have kitchen gardens in their backyard, and they do that. Like with the plan policy we have right now with the green waste, our garbage is sorted by green waste. They sort the organic separate, and I don't throw any organic waste in my yard because I have a compost in my backyard. I do that composting, but I pay for that service unnecessarily. And there are other things we can do to reduce our garbage rates. Pay as you throw. This is a program which New Zealand uses a lot. They pay as you throw. They issue you tags, and you can, if you don't have a garbage, you are on a vacation or something, you don't need to put your garbage out, you will not be charged. They put a tag. If you're using pickup of weekly, bi-weekly, or once in 3 weeks, you use those tags, and they will bill you accordingly. You buy those tags in advance, and you are billed according to those tags, or you already prepay those tags, basically. So we should think of those pay as you throw policy of like that. That can save tons of money for houses. Or even, as Linda mentioned, you ask your neighbor if they have a bigger bin, you can use their bin, and you can save money on those. Those are the ways you can do that. Composting at home. Again, New Zealand and some of these countries, they're paying to encourage, they're giving you rebates to your composters, basically, so that you can compost at home, and that reduces the garbage itself. So these are the proactive things which we can propose and reduce our garbage rates. And I'm sorry the council took a bad decision in 2020, for which we are paying like our garbage rates have almost doubled since then, probably more than doubled since then because of the bad policy decision. So I will not be supporting this motion for those reasons. Thank you.
Councilmember Park.
Yes, thank you very much for those answers. I mean, I want to clarify, I wasn't saying that the townhouse rates were not a good thing. In fact, I think it's a great thing that we have townhouse rates, because I think it would be prohibited to charge the same rates for not providing a service. What I was saying is that we should not use that as the comparison with county rates when, as you say, no other city has a townhouse rate, right? And even using it in something like an average, I don't think that's comparing apples with apples. I do have another question, which is when we're looking at vendor charges, like our costs go up because the vendor costs go up. If the vendor were to charge more for processing more garbage, for example, if they charge twice as much for processing 64 gallons of waste as opposed to 32 gallons of waste, then it would be well within our right to do the same, to charge what they are charging us. I mean, if that's the case, I feel like what we should do is we should petition the waste collection agencies to charge something a little bit more reasonable on their side for the quantity of waste, and maybe throw the bin in because of the extra money they'll get from people who are using larger bins. And hopefully that will deter people from having larger bins just because it's convenient. At some point, I think that from a sustainability perspective, from not even just from a cost perspective, we need to get to a point where we're encouraging people to throw away less garbage. And at some point, I understand the economies of scale, and I've stated this. It's not that we don't recognize this. I think we do recognize this. I just think that it's odd that what we're charging goes against our purported goals. But again, if we can get the vendors to charge proportionately for the garbage they collect, that would seem to answer my question. But is there something wrong in my thinking? Tell me where I'm wrong. But again, I want to repeat, not saying we shouldn't have a townhouse rate, but that the townhouse rate should not be used when comparing county rates, as there is no other city that has a townhouse rate. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, and just hearing the public comments, it seems like we need to have a very active campaign to encourage people to move to 20-gallon trash cans with the bag tags. I really like the idea of either moving the recycle or the green waste to every 2 weeks. I think we could save quite a bit of money, and we'd also have a lot less noise from all those garbage trucks running around. I agree with Linda in that my neighbor uses my recycle bin quite frequently when his blue bin overflows. I think that we can reduce the size of bins pretty actively and save our residents money. So I don't know if that is a referral or if I can make an amendment to the motion.
I don't think you can amend something like that without a public hearing. I know we have contracts, and that's not something you just amend and do and vote on as a council without outreach or
I'm just saying
to see if that's even possible.
a marketing campaign to advertise the
Oh, that's fine.
the smaller
I thought you
bins. That's
meant
what I'm
the
saying.
Moving to
No,
twice a
Just
month.
a campaign to advertise the smaller bins with the bag tags.
Who made the motion? Oh, council member. Campaign.
I'm fine with, I would like more people to know that they can go down to a 20-gallon bill, and that's what I have. And like I said, there's 4 people in my household. And so letting people know as we have to raise these rates, because it is contractual. Councilmember Chahal, I will remind you, I supported you on that. I didn't want to, I wanted to do the butterfly and have the residents just being the ones to separate things, not us paying for it, and we did lose that. So we have a contract that was for 11 years, and we have a reality here that we have to pay what that contract is, because we did, as a city council, sign that contract. The majority did.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. You're okay. Who, Councilmember Gonzalez, are you all right with the education part of the, adding that on? Okay. All right, so we have a motion and a second to approve staff recommendation, adding on the education to our residents that you can reduce the size of your bin with the extra bags, and that would reduce the cost. So however that's advertised out in the community. And we can advertise that as well. So, all right. When you're ready.
Okay.
Do you have that, City Clerk, Assistant City Clerk?
Yeah, I captured the staff recommendation and looking into an education campaign for residents.
Please register your vote. And that passes 5-2. Okay, very good. Next, we have item number 5, public hearing action on a general plan amendment to remove the Lawrence Station Phase 2 Central Expressway and De La Cruz for focus area. So this is also a public hearing. City Manager?
Item 5, this item is a proposed amendment to the general plan. As the City Council knows, the general plan has identified 9 focus areas that represent opportunities and areas for increased development. These focus areas have represented locations where industrial and office land uses can be converted for residential development opportunities. However, since the initial future focus areas were introduced in the general plan, development has changed due to market demand, and the city's certified housing element now delineates where future housing could be located. The proposed general plan amendment aligns with the changing in development patterns and the 6th cycle of the housing element, and would remove the following 3 focus areas from the general plan. Lawrence Station Phase 2, which is west of Lawrence Expressway, Central Expressway, and De La Cruz. The Planning Commission voted 4-3 to deny the staff recommendation, as the majority of the commission felt that it could still allow for housing development in the future. I will now ask Afshan Hamid to come to the podium to deliver the presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mayor, Council Member, and members of the public. And thank you, City Manager, for that introduction as well. Okay, so we will get right into the presentation. Tonight, staff is requesting an action on a general plan land use diagram and text amendment to remove 3 focus areas: Lawrence Station, only Phase 2, Central Expressway, and De La Cruz. So the city's general plan has 9 focus areas, as the city manager stated. And 4 of those focus areas are south of Caltrain, and 5 future focus areas are north of Caltrain. Some of the focus areas have represented locations where industrial office land uses could be converted for residential development opportunities. However, since these were introduced back in the general plan some 15 years ago or 20 years ago. Development has changed due to market demand. And then more importantly, we have the new six-cycle housing element, which tells us where to zone residential uses, especially dense residential uses. So we've already zoned for our RENA allotment. So this is a map, and the map is showing where the focus areas are in the general plan. So you will see the three that we're recommending that will be removed are Central Expressway, De La Cruz, and then the Lawrence Station, the West, Phase 2. And then we are keeping all the others. We are still working on El Camino Real, which is right here. That's in process, that's ongoing, and the station area plan. And then we're also doing some work on the downtown precise plan. And these are being removed because these areas are not ideal locations for housing because they already have a development pattern that has lots of industrial in it. So why are we doing this? Why is staff recommending that we do this? The purpose is, one, to reflect existing uses and realistic development patterns. Two, so that we can provide property owners and developers that the city no longer intends for these areas to be redeveloped for residential. And three, so that because there's already existing heavy industrial and light industrial and low-intensity office, that these future land uses be consistent with that development pattern that is already there. So next I will just share some existing examples of what is staff observations and what is there. So this is the Lawrence Station Phase 2. We've already done Phase 1, and that's already done. So the owners, staff did reach out to the owners of the industrial and office properties in this area, and it includes companies such as Intuitive Surgical, and they have no interest in developing residential here. This is already light industrial and public, quasi-public, and it's primarily warehouse, manufacturing, and offices. The second example is Central Expressway. And Central Expressway future focus area has a dense concentration of data centers already. And it's unlikely that it would be converted into housing, and it would be incompatible with future housing. And there is a lot of investment into a data center building and a lot of updates that occur to data center buildings every 3 to 5 years. And this area is already light industrial, and it's already primarily data centers. And then the third area is called De La Cruz. And in this, staff feels that this is undesirable because of its proximity to the San Jose Mineta Airport, and it would be very close to the flight patterns. And it also has many smaller light and heavy industrial properties, which include auto body shops, welding, plating. So it's primarily warehouses, manufacturing, and it is light industrial and heavy industrial. So there was a meeting on April 16, 2024 with the Planning Commission. I'm sorry, it was 2025, not 2024. And the Planning Commission reviewed the proposal, and they voted 4-3 to recommend that the focus areas not be removed from the general plan, and it be forwarded to City Council with no recommendation. The discussion that they had was a robust discussion, and some of the discussion to remove the focus area was that it makes no sense because there would be residential next to data centers. And that the city has generated other focus areas for future residential development, like Tasman East or Kylie or Freedom Circle. And then removing focus areas would make it easier for residential developments of focus areas and to require a specific plan before residential can occur. And that removal of focus areas would also allow a property owner to apply for a general plan amendment and rezoning. And then some of the discussions that they had in order to keep focus areas was that not eliminating options for housing in the city for now or in the future, that these are areas that could possibly allow for opportunities for higher density, taller housing away from single-family neighborhoods. These could help make our RHNA numbers. These could just be areas for data centers to locate as they're zoned with districts for data centers already. These could bring in more affordable housing, and bringing this sends a message that the city is less housing friendly and more open to industrial development. And data centers could go away one day. So staff is clarifying that the 3 focus areas that are proposed for removal were not part of the housing element. We are already meeting our RHNA numbers. And then the other reasons is because if we put housing in locations where there's industrial, it could also trigger affirmatively fair housing, where we're concentrating housing near other districts such as industrial. And then the 4th reason is HCD has a very strict criteria for site selection for housing, and these would not meet that site selection criteria. So that is a really strong reason not to put the housing there. So there were some community public outreach, and 20 people spoke, and they spoke on affordable housing and transition of housing to specific plan areas. We did a tribal consultation on January 29, 2025, and no consultation was requested per SB 18. We did the notice of public hearing on April 2nd in the weekly, and then we did receive 2 callers and 1 email received requesting clarification of the amendment, and staff provided that clarification. An environmental review was done, and it was an addendum that was prepared by the city, which considered the removal of the focus areas. And at a public hearing, the city council did approve that addendum with the adoption of the resolution. And the staff recommendation is to adopt a resolution amending the general plan land use diagram to remove the Lawrence Station Phase 2 Central Expressway and the De La Cruz areas and make the associated text amendments, edits. Thank you. And I'm here for any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Councilmember Jane.
I guess I don't really understand the benefits of removing the option to put housing at Lawrence Station and Central Expressway. Because office is already there. If you look at Santa Clara Square, we have office plus housing. It's extremely successful. And if we look at the West Bank proposal for downtown San Jose, they have a data center, 3 data centers surrounded by 4,000 units of housing, where they're using the heat, the waste heat from the data center to provide heating for the housing. So I really don't see, I could see maybe De La Cruz because it's in the flight path to try to discourage housing there. But on Central and Lawrence, I don't see any reason why we're driven only by the housing element. We can go well past the housing element and build a lot more housing in Santa Clara. But I like the idea of building certainly office, not polluting industrial. And I think maybe we can carve it out in a way that we're not violating affirmatively fair housing by putting people next to polluting light industrial, where there might be hazardous chemicals that used there and such. But certainly office, I don't see any reason why we can't put more housing next to office. And then finally, we're desperately looking for places for shelters. And one option, because we have so many NIMBYs in the city, is to put shelters in light industrial areas. So I don't see, I'd like you to explain what the benefit of really removing the option for housing in these focus areas. And then I like the focus areas because you can put in some sort of design restrictions on the properties. Like in the downtown, we have the form-based code. So, I'm always eager to get data centers to be more friendly to the city of Santa Clara. So in these focus areas, can we put restrictions on the data centers in terms of, say, noise and aesthetics? Thank you.
Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. I read this very carefully and understood that it wasn't part of the housing element, but I would like to hear the argument from staff as to why to take it off, because I do understand there was quite a robust discussion with Planning Commission. When I read the minutes, it was obvious there was a motion that didn't pass 3-4, and then what they sent us without a recommendation was the 4-3. So I'm assuming it's the same commissioners that felt that way. The airport flight plan, I'm very familiar with that area. That's the last place you would want to live. I lived up further, just below Tasman, and it's still pretty loud sometimes. So I can appreciate that. The Lawrence Station, Phase 2, that's the other side of Lawrence Expressway, and it is not close to any schools. And that was my other concern, even though it's on the closer side, it isn't close to schools. There's nothing around there. That's a concern. And it seemed like the center portion that the conversation was all around, well, if we take this off, we'll have more data centers. That's kind of what I understood from reading and listening to the arguments. So I wonder if staff could help with, if that was the ultimate reason it came down how it did. Thank you.
Okay, that's it.
Mayor, can I start off really quick? A lot of good questions. One of the other reasons that staff is recommending to remove these is it's also important to note we have 7 specific focus areas now, right? We've had development in 2. And so one of the things is that, we really want to concentrate on the advanced planning efforts that we've already done to make sure that we advance those forward. Also worth noting with the Lawrence Station area plan phase 2 in De La Cruz, those areas are really built out right now and are not likely to see development in the near term. And with regard to data centers and having adjacent uses, it doesn't mean that we cannot have adjacent uses just right outside of that area for the type of facilities that can utilize the heat from data centers, right? It's really saying in these boundaries, sort of after time has passed over, I think, 15 plus years, taking a step back and saying, do we really want to move forward with these plans now? And that was really part of the rationale for staff, saying, you know what, we've studied approximately 7, hopefully with Freedom Circle, with that Irvine project, that'll be 3 areas. But we have a lot of work to really fully realize the 7 areas that we've already studied. But Afsha, will you take those?
Thank you.
Those other
Yeah,
points?
I couldn't have said it any better than the way the city manager just said it. And then the other thing too is that we are still working on the El Camino Real specific plan, which is going to come back to you. And we're also working on the station area plan, which is going to come to you at some point as well. And so it makes sense in a way that the way the region is going is we're looking at our more dense housing near transit and near major corridors where it should be located, whereas the De La Cruz area is body shops and industrial. Central Expressway is also already has many standalone data centers. So those are some of the reasons. And also, it's not just the state law, but it's also just, I think, the established land use patterns that have been occurring in these locations, and whether it would be really likely to have future residential in these areas.
Can you also talk about the importance of having an industrial area in a city? Because I know that, you know, as the properties become more valuable, the industrial areas and manufacturing areas are, you know, the acreage is being reduced. And that doesn't help us as a city in terms of, you know, a long-term vision that we need to have a designated industrial area.
Yeah, and I think that that is correct. We had a recent study session or special meeting with council where ULI presented and talked about having a diversity and range of uses that would contribute to the general fund, and many of our general fund monies come from areas such as retail, such as data centers, such as industrial, and these do help pay for city services. And these are also areas that would use less city services versus housing. Housing tends to use more city services. So, you know, it's really a policy decision. But like I said, we are already working on El Camino Real, which is a major corridor, not just through the city of Santa Clara, but also through adjacent cities, city of Sunnyvale. And it would be a regional connector, a regional corridor. So it makes sense, and it also makes sense to focus our strategy around the station area as well, and connecting our downtown and letting the El Camino Real connect to the downtown, and then the downtown connect to the station area, and really allowing those areas to thrive, not as 3 separate ones, but as a continuous area.
Yeah, just to piggyback off that and talk about having the diversity of various areas in your city zoned, sort of an anecdotal story. I recently had a conversation with the city manager a few cities over, and there was a parcel that was entitled for townhomes, and it had been entitled for townhomes for years, right? And the reality is not every product can be built in every market cycle. And so there was a lot of community sentiment as, why isn't this project kicking off? Well, you know what, in that city, that's like the only thing that's kicking off right now, because townhomes can be built in that market cycle. And so it's important to have industrial areas, high density housing areas, because we're gonna enter market cycles where your office, your hotels, your high-rise housing aren't being developed, but your industrial properties are being developed. And so it not only provides diversities for businesses to locate, it helps us with our economic stability, because it gives us more options and more revenue opportunities. Also, I want to address the question on shelters in the light industrial areas. The zoning for shelters and the zoning for housing is different. And there are a number of actions that councils can take to establish shelters in warehouses through temporary measures. And so it's really not zoning. If we're looking for shelters, I think in a warehouse area, there are ways to do that outside of a comprehensive plan and making that an entitled use there. And I know the city attorney has a land use, I think, nuance that's enlightening for this conversation.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if Afsha had gotten to this yet, but Xander Abbey's listening and was, a part of the presentation to Planning Commission on this, and he points out that currently no housing can be built in any of these areas as it stands, and if you have in a focus area, the general plan currently requires a comprehensive plan development in order to develop residential there. So in a way, and I think it says this in the staff report, by taking it out as a focus area, you can actually build an individual housing project if it makes sense, like a shelter or something else within that residential site. So it doesn't eliminate the option, it just kind of declares the nature of what these projects are and likely to be in the near future.
Good point, thank you. Councilmember Park?
Yeah, so I'm listening to this, I'm hearing about the planning, and I'm hearing that, well, this is really a policy discussion, but it's not really a policy discussion. It's really a planning discussion. It's really about our vision for the city. I mean, what do we want the city to look like? But more importantly, what do we want the city to feel like? I mean, I remember, and I look at this, I look at the general plan, and the general plan was adopted way back, over 15 years ago, and it was supposed to take us out to 2035. It was a 3-phase plan. And we'll talk about, Ray Hashimoto later, but I worked with him on this general plan, and we laid out the areas that we thought in 10, 15, 20 years would be where we want to develop and what we want to develop there. And then in the next 6 years after adopting that general plan, we proceeded to not follow any of the designations there. I mean, this is why the largest, if you look on our map, the largest mixed-use regional hub has no housing on it. And one of the problems with that is that pushed all the housing into other areas. I mean, housing, these numbers are kind of like an air mattress, which is if you push something down in one area, other areas have to go up. The housing has to go up in other areas. And I don't think that we understand this is what we were supposed to plan for. I mean, I often talked about Sunnyvale. Sunnyvale has these really interesting, or had really interesting designation zoning like ITR and RTI, which was industrial to residential and residential to industrial. And why did they have those? Because they were noting that it is industrial now, but our plan for that is to go to residential, right? I mean, having a plan, having these markings tells developers what we'd like to put there, and hopefully it gives people ideas. And I think about this, and I looked at the areas very closely, and I literally used the existence of the Central Expressway Focus Plan to justify a different project north of 101. And it makes sense to connect the housing that's already there with the housing that's coming after it, right? And I understand this idea for industrial, but I keep hearing, even in our data center discussion, I hear that office is going away. I hear that light industrial is going away. I hear that, well, not light industrial, but I hear that uses are changing. And I think that we need to keep up with those changes. I keep hearing things like, and I've heard this for almost 15 years, that retail is dead. Well, it is with that attitude. And I think what we've got to do is we've got to commit to what we want the city to feel like. I mean, I campaigned on the lack of vision in our planning here. It's not just a policy discussion. It's not just about land use. Land use should follow what we want the city to feel like. And this is what I think has been missing in this city. I know for a fact that when we have visitors coming to our city, we often fight to not take them to points of interest in other cities and other areas because, well, a lot of things are nicer in other places, right? And I think that what we need to do is we need to stop with that. We need to start thinking about, what do we want Santa Clara to feel like, right? Right now, we're looking at fiscally responsible, that's fine. We need to think about that, but I think that we need to also have discussions, not just about data centers, but about retail and about where we want housing to go. I don't see a problem. I mean, I do think that there are places there that I think, well, I don't know who would want to live there, but I think that about a lot of places that have been built up in the last 15, 20, 30 years that I've been in Santa Clara. And right now, I do understand that if we remove these focus groups, what I'm hearing is we can still build there anyway. But at some point, I think we need to tell developers, we need to tell people that are coming to this city to build something what we'd like to see in those areas. We need to start following a plan instead of simply approving whoever comes with a project. I mean, we need to start informing developers, this is what we'd like to see here. And if we don't do this, then we're just going to have what I complained about 15, 20 years ago, just a quilt work of parcels connected together by a city, by a charter. And that doesn't make livable areas. That doesn't make the placemaking that we keep talking about. Anyways, sorry, it just seems odd to me that we're talking about policy and we're talking about being housing friendly and affordable housing and having areas that mix together. And again, I look at the Central Expressway focus area, and I mean, it's right next to one of the largest companies in Santa Clara with one of the largest several of the largest parking lots in Santa Clara, and to have housing right next to it, I think would be a game changer to some of the traffic in that area. Like, I understand what you're saying by removing the focus areas, but I also have this opinion as to what we're losing by not designating these areas for what they could be. Thank you.
Councilmember Jane?
I think what I'm actually hearing is, and I don't begrudge anybody for this, but what I'm really hearing is we don't have the bandwidth to do 7 focus area plans. We don't have the bandwidth. We don't have the staff to do 7 focus area plans. And what I see, I get De La Cruz, it's under a flight path. We don't want to put housing there. But Lawrence Station, there's a Caltrain station there. There's a Costco there. There's retail there. If you look at the Sophia and the Prado, they're commanding huge rents. This Lawrence Station was a big plan to put a lot of housing there, and if we leave office there near the Caltrain and we put housing there, I don't know exactly the acreage, but we could get a mini Santa Clara Square there. But what I'm hearing is from Xander is that, well, we could just do planned development. We could basically, we're not putting a moratorium against housing, but then it would be just piecemeal planned development if anybody wants to put housing there at some point. But what I do want to do is, in a place where you have Caltrain there should be a minimum density for housing there. I don't want townhouses there.
Okay, those were all comments, so there's no questions. Is there any member of the public that would like to speak on this issue? There's no one here. It's 10:12. Is there anyone online? No. Okay. So, Councilmember Gonzalez.
I want to make a motion for alternative 1 to adopt the resolution to amend the general plan to remove the Lawrence Station Phase 2, Central Expressway, and the De La Cruz focus areas.
Is this an official public hearing?
Ma'am.
Okay, Councilmember, can you just first, I'll come back to you after, but make a motion to close the public hearing?
I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Motion second to close the public hearing.
Sorry, before you got too far.
Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. Councilmember Gonzalez, you can start again. Sorry about that.
Sorry. Yes, I'd like to make a motion to adopt the alternative one, adopt a resolution to amend the general plan to remove the Lawrence Station Phase 2, Central Expressway, and the De La Cruz focus areas and make associated text edits.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second that, and I will say I heard very clearly that staff would like to focus on the areas where it's part of our housing, and that makes sense to me.
Thank you. All right, so we have a motion by Councilmember Gonzalez, second by Councilmember Hardy. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. City Attorney, question. Can we divide this into, like, if we want to make a motion only for De La Cruz or only for other area, can we subdivide this thing? The motion, instead of combining all three properties, three zones together, can we subdivide into one at a time?
That would be an option, staff. There's no requirement that it be comprehensive. They could take actions with respect to individual focus areas.
Yes.
So I'll make a substitute motion to at least make adopt a resolution to amend the general plan to remove the De La Cruz focus area and make associated text edits.
So we first vote on whether to accept the substitute motion. Okay, I'm not going to support the substitute motion. I believe that we have so many specific plan areas. We have so many opportunities to build residential in this city in areas where we really want the residential, and that we need to preserve our industrial areas for industrial and manufacturing uses. If we didn't have 12,000 units at Patrick Henry to be built and thousands of units at Freedom Circle, the remainder of Tasman East, the El Camino Real, the downtown, that's where I'd like to see us focus when the residential market improves in all those areas that we want to develop, and leave the industrial area alone. I don't see a Santana Row there. I don't see anything else there. I don't see another Santa Clara Square there. There are no amenities there. It's isolated, and there's no schools there. There's no parks there. I just think that we have to preserve it. So I'm going to not support accepting the substitute motion and fully support the original motion. All right, here we go. Councilmember Jane.
My hand was just up for
All right, thank you.
supporting the motion.
Councilmember
but
Gonzalez. Oh,
I like splitting them up.
all right, Councilmember Gonzalez.
So I concur with Mayor Gilmore as far as the reasoning and not supporting the substitute motion. I believe if we had a motion to maybe keep De La Cruz, where there's a school, there's some parks, there's certain things, amenities somewhat close by, that'd probably be a better motion than I would think to do. But as far as keeping Central Expressway and Lawrence Station there, I don't see we have the resources, the amenities that residents would desire. We would have to build new parks. Definitely, even though we're not in charge of schools, I know that this council has in the past helped the school district in getting community benefit and other things for the district. So I would not be in support of this substitute motion.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Cox.
I also just wanted to express my support of the first motion. When we look at our RENA, and it's increased almost 50% over that by 2030, we have an adequate, like a robust urban plan right now for housing. And I think RENA shared with us that in 2023 and potentially this year as well, we are the largest growing city in California, the fastest growing city in California in terms of housing right now. So I don't want to approach this from a mentality of we're in a housing shortage. I think there's always an opportunity for more affordable housing, but I think planning that in adequate and correct spaces is incredibly important. And when we look at what brings money into our general fund quickly, if there's this need for light industrial office, I think that we have a responsibility to capitalize on that. I also want to understand that staff has done the work to put forward 3 properties that have historically not been appropriate for housing, have not, been petitioned for that. So I, again, am in support of the first motion.
So we're voting on right now. Oh, Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. So the motion I made does not preclude from you, any of you, to make a motion for another properties next time. So it's only for, I made the motion because if somebody wants De La Cruz only, they can approve that. And if somebody doesn't want to approve B or C, they have a choice. But if other people want to approve B and C later on, they can make a motion. So it's not like, I'm not sure why we are debating that I don't want to make a motion, I don't want to accept this motion. All 3 properties are different properties. And next time you can make a motion for central area plan. Next time you make a motion for Lawrence plan. If those passes, everything passes. So I don't see why is the problem. And would we be following at El Camino area where the business area is very specific, very lively business? So we'll segregate that. We don't want to put that thing under housing. If that's the policy, let's do that. We should be doing that. So my motion does not preclude, does not change any dynamics on the council. You can make a second motion for central, or you can make a second motion for combined 2 properties. I don't know why the problem is not to accept this second motion. That's my point.
Thank you. I don't want to support that motion because I want to support the staff recommendation. So now the question is, do you want to consider a substitute motion? That's what we're voting on.
Can we get a motion?
It was by Councilmember Chahal, seconded by Councilmember Jane. Please register your vote. And it fails 4-3. So we go back to the original motion of staff recommendation. That was Councilmember Gonzalez, seconded by Councilmember Hardy. Please register your vote. And that passes 4-3. Thank you very much. Thank you, staff, for bringing this forward. All right. I'm just going to keep going because it's 10:22. So if anybody needs a break, they can individually get up and go. All right. Item number 6 is another public hearing. Action to waive first reading and introduce the second zoning code cleanup ordinance, updating the city's wireless facilities regulations for consistency with federal law, updating the density bonus provisions to incorporate recent changes to the government code, revising reasonable accommodation requirements to implement the housing element, and making other minor changes. And this is a public hearing as well, City Manager.
Yes, I'll just toss this to our Community Development Director.
Since she's there already. See, she hasn't moved.
Okay, thank you so much. And I also want to just recognize that there is staff online that have done a lot of work on this. Leslie Xavier, Alexander Abbey or Xander, and planning staff that have worked on this. So what this is really just a cleanup item. We adopted our zoning code back in January 9th of 2024. And then we did some zoning map updates in August of 2024. And then that same time, we brought you some zoning code cleanups. And this is normal. This is a normal process. It happens when you do a big project like this. You always go back and you do tweaks, and it's typical. So it's a practice to periodically clean up and update after an implementation. And the purpose of the zoning code cleanup is to further clarify the zoning code, consistency with the general plan and the state law, and also where there's clerical inconsistencies. So there's 4 areas that we're looking at tonight. 1 is recognizing existing patterns of development. 2, aligning allowed uses within the general plan. 3, policy changes, and these are single-family car dimensions and daylight planes, and I'll provide you some examples throughout. And then 4th is just changes to state law, including density bonuses. So the first one is recognizing existing cleanup actions, and this is to allow minor industrial uses in the LORD, or low-intensity office R&D district, and this is a catch-all for a wide variety of industrial uses that do not create external effects such as noise, odor, and dust. And what this is doing is currently, this is preventing the district's ability to act as a transition between light industrial and higher intensity office. And the key consideration is that the existing building form is already industrial in character. So what do I mean? Let me just share an example right here. So this is an example of an existing building in low-intensity office. It's at 920 George Street, north of the 101. And it has a mixed industrial character in the building. There is a loading area. There are roll-up doors indicating workspace. And there's an office space at the center of the building. These types, this variety of industrial uses, it's used for things such as insulation contractors, flooring installers, and powder coating. So this cleanup action would allow for these types of uses. The second one is to better align allowed uses with the general plan. So allowing medical offices in the mixed-use districts, and this gives an opportunity for medical offices to be closer to residential. And it would also remove ambulance services from the mixed use, because we don't want ambulance services with their loud noise to be close to residential or mixed use. And it allows the ambulance services instead to be in the light industrial district, where there would be less impact from noise conflicts. And it allows vehicle rentals in the light industrial research and development district. And then the second example is allowing a doggy daycare, or as we call them, kennels, in the light industrial district as a permitted use. And it would also clarify that courtyards are part of the major industrial use category. And it would allow heavy equipment sales and rental facilities a permitted use in the heavy industrial district. The third is a policy change, and this is a two-car garage to have minimum standards, which is a 20 by 20 interior dimension, and also expanding the single-family legal non-conforming parking provisions to expand with no covered parking provided. So this is basically a change that's already there, and we're just clarifying it. And then the last, this is also a policy change. So we already have this provision in our zoning code, which is for daylight planes. However, what we've done is we've added a diagram, and then we've also added some text to explain it. So before it was just like in a table, so now we've just kind of said, oh, let's clarify to everybody what this could look like. This is not architecture, it's just a diagram. And then the fourth is changes to state law or density bonus law, and this is us being consistent with the recent ongoing changes to state density bonus law. And it's a section which incorporates the latest changes from the government code, includes expanded tables for density bonus eligibility. So a case or an example is that this is a 100% affordable project, and it was built at 108. DU per acre, which is greater than the 100 DU per acre that the Lawrence Station area plan anticipated. And it also asks for concession on required parking to make the project feasible. So what this is doing, the second part, which is the parking, is to allow for parking near a major transit stop where parking is not normally required in cases where a lack of parking would affect affordable housing or existing commercial areas. And then the last part would be to update the wireless section of the zoning code to be consistent with federal law. Again, we're seeing these types of changes on an ongoing basis at the federal and state level. And so staff's recommendation is to waive the first reading and introduce the second zoning code cleanup. And then on April 16, 2025, the Planning Commission made a recommendation to approve the ordinance and the changes by a vote of 7-0. Thank you.
Questions? Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, I didn't really understand the requirement for parking for affordable housing. This may be related to the problems that we're having at some of our other properties. And I know I read in the report that either the director of community development or the city manager can change the rules, but I don't know how that gets around the state laws for zero parking near transit. So can somebody explain that to me?
Do we have any other questions? Councilmember
Just one.
Gonzalez.
I know in the last, the planning commission was split, but this is a 7-0 vote that they took on this behalf. Is that normally, I mean, is there a lot of 7-0 votes there, or are they typically split?
No, it was 7-0 for the ordinance updates, yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yeah, so I'm looking, and I think that on slide 8, when you look at the minimum width of the driveway, that should be 20 feet, and it's a small thing. But I do have some questions about, like, slide 9, the policy changes, when you talk about the daylight plane. Do we have pictures from shadow studies on what shadows would look like, especially on properties on the north side? On the north side of a street, not the north side of the city. But do we have any shadow studies on what something like this would look like for typical builds for things that are, 5, 6, 7 stories? I know that in Sunnyvale, they've got in the middle of downtown, 2 12-story towers, which I think are pretty nice. I looked at that. When people think about 12-story buildings in the middle of a city like Santa Clara or Sunnyvale, we often think there are a lot of problems there, but when you actually look at some of the designs, we can actually see how this works. And they've put everything together. They've made retail very successful where they are. In the Murphy Street area, they've put their civic center, they've got new library, they've got a lot of things going on there. But have we done the shadow studies? Have we looked at what these kinds of policy changes would do for projects like that, for projects in neighboring cities that I would really like to have right here in Santa Clara? Or are these based on just numbers? Like somebody decided 45 degrees sounds good because, well, it's 45 degrees. Thank you.
I think those are the questions or comments.
Okay. So the first question that you asked was regarding parking where there may be an affordable housing project. So AB 2097, the new state doesn't allow us to put parking near transit unless we do a parking study within 30 days of a complete application. All we did was add language to our code allowing us to do that study. If the study shows that the lack of parking would have a substantial negative impact or existing residential or commercial parking, then we can require it. So that's what it allows us to do.
Okay, thank you.
In regards to the shadow study, so there's various levels of studies that we would do. So the zoning code, this is best practice, 45 degrees, and it's an objective standard that we put in the code for a step back in height where taller buildings are permitted. But then when we would do like a corridor study, or we would do a specific plan, or we have certain areas where we actually understand more details, like where residential abuts commercial, or where residential would abut another maybe sensitive use, then we can go and look at that in more detail and then come back with a shadow study. But a shadow study would not necessarily be in a zoning code. That would be done as part of a more detailed plan that we would come back to council with at a later point.
Thank you very much. So this is a public hearing, and we are now going to the public. Do we have anyone online? No? Then may I have a motion to close the public hearing?
Close public hearing.
We have a motion by Councilmember Jane, second by Councilmember Gonzalez. To close the public hearing. Oh, was it?
The second was by Raj.
Really? Okay. Didn't sound like it. All right. Please register your vote to close the public hearing. And that passes unanimously.
Motion to approve staff's recommendation.
So a motion by Councilmember Jane, second by Councilmember Hardy to approve staff recommendation. Councilmember Park?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify. I appreciate the, I do know when shadow studies are done. We've done a couple of shadow studies for 2885 El Camino, other things like that. But what I'm saying is that the shadow study would allow us to come up with a better daylight plane requirement. It would allow us to look at, what we're looking at on slide 9 and say, oh, this is what the effect would be. Right now, we've got this daylight plane. We see these basically this diagram. And, when we look at max height, R1 and R2 required rear setback, and a max height looks like 2 stories, slightly higher than the stories on the larger building. What happens when you've got something that's smaller than that? What happens when you've got, I just want to see a shadow study that would show what the effect on somebody's yard would be, what the effect on a building would be, what the effect on windows would be, on the south side of a building when you've got something to your south on the north side of the street that follows these guidelines. Right now, it looks like there's a lot of space. It looks like there's a little bit of clearance, but I just feel from having looked at a number of shadow studies that this would actually put some houses, some buildings in shadow throughout the year. Not throughout the year, throughout some seasons, and in some cases, the worst seasons to have no sunlight.
All right, Councilmember Chahal?
Thank you. So following up on Councilmember Parks on slide number 9, I know we were talking about El Camino specific area plan, and then objective design standards came into picture, like this 45-degree daylight plane came into picture. So are we trying to implement this thing also on a specific plan, or specific plan can have a different objective standards to be followed?
Correct. So this is in the zoning code, so it could apply citywide. So this doesn't distinguish. It's an objective standard. When you then go to a specific plan, or let's say a neighborhood plan or a focus area, then you can like be more detailed and you can be more, depending on the character of that neighborhood, you can do more tailored studies. So that's where you would typically do like a shadow study, or how would this impact certain areas, or you could do overlay zones and determine that that's really a more detailed area. So, but this just establishes a baseline, and then from that baseline, you could then do more detailed studies.
Okay, so you mean to say, if I'm getting it right, in case of any specific area plan, we can still modify this and we can look at the shadow studies on that particular instance?
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Jane, was that from before?
That's me again. So let's say the building on the left was a two-story building, and they decided to plant Italian cypresses on their fence line. Wouldn't that leave the project on the right in complete darkness pretty much all year round? And that's legal because it's not a structure. Is that correct? Is that a correct interpretation of how this is written?
So I think like we've been kind of saying, this is an objective standard. It doesn't really look at the totality of, you know, how you would work with parking, how you would work with landscaping. This is just one piece of an objective standard that staff analyzes. But when staff analyzes when a project comes in, there's many layers that we start to take a look at, and many community outreach that we do, working with the developers themselves. So this doesn't really tell us the comprehensive picture of how a project could turn out.
I get it. It provides some site planes, it provides some minimum amount of lighting, but it doesn't guarantee that the person on the left would have access to sunlight depending on what is planted on the fence line.
Well, and it's also quite...
Yeah, let me take this.
This, please.
Testing, not on. Oh, here we are. Are we on now? No. We lost audio.
We lost audio. It's time to go home.
Hello? Okay.
Oh, it's back. We're still here. Okay.
Just to expound upon that question, there are times when a project is proposed where we will have landscape guidelines, right? But Councilmember Jane, you're very accurate. Oftentimes, landscape for existing projects, you're not prevented from planting landscaping in tall cypress trees that will block the view, right? And so you're absolutely right, it is not guaranteed. Oftentimes you'll see properties in cities all across the Bay Area where the fence height is 5 or 6 feet, but if the homeowner wants more privacy, they plant larger landscaping and trees, and that is totally legal, right? And so absolutely, these are really development guidelines and things that we will apply when a project comes in, but certainly other things can be done outside of the development process to detract from sunlight.
All right, so we have a motion, a second. Councilmember Park, you're on again.
Yes. So, I guess that's my question, which is, I'm hearing that these are the objective standards, and if we do a specific plan, then we can do things like shadow studies. But what mandates a shadow study? Like, if there is a design that people are concerned about, when does a shadow study become required? Could a project or a developer say no? Or even if a shadow study is done and there are some, pejorative effects, if during the wintertime a parcel is put in shadow for the entire season, could the project still go forward? When you say that this is the standard, this is the objective standard, I almost feel like there should be a standard that says, well, this would be the case if a shadow study shows that it would not be, there would be no problems, right? And again, I would think that there would be, I mean, this is for structures because it's zoning code, but I would think that there would be some landscaping ordinances that would, you know, prevent this kind of thing. I could see, you know, developers being denied a project and putting in, you know, plants to block light in protest. I could see lots of different things. I mean, at some point, you know, when you say objective standards and the shadow study is optional, I don't know, it just makes me very nervous. And I think the problem is I've seen too many projects in the city that have come forward on Cabot, on, you know, 2585, just a lot of projects where even with a shadow study, projects have gone through, so.
After this, we're going to call for the question. Go
I
ahead.
think the best way to address that question is for us to follow up with additional clarification, because what I really understand the question to be is, when is the shadow study required? And I don't want to give you an off-the-cuff remark. Let me work with staff, and we can provide an offline answer to the City Council on what our requirements are for shadow studies. I think what's been articulated with this item is, through this cleanup, we're clarifying the guidelines and creating a diagram within the zoning code and really aligning to a best practice standard, which is the 45-degree plane. And then when projects come in, there can be shadow studies done, and we'll just follow up with a precise articulation on when those studies are required.
Okay, because it sounds like if nobody complains, there will be no shadow study, because that's what the standard says.
Okay.
And I don't know what authority a shadow study would have, even if we did one.
All right, we're done now. City Clerk, we have a motion and a second for staff recommendation. Please register your vote. And that passes 6-1. Thank you so much for the report and the staff for all the work that was put into that. All those changes, thank you very much. All right, our next item is item number 7, action to appoint the Bond Compliance Oversight Committee members chosen by lottery, approve the committee bylaws, and determine the role of the alternate committee members. Is this city manager or city clerk?
Ma'am, I'll take the introduction really quick. So our last item of the night, it's only 10:46, but it feels late. As you may recall, on May 7th, the city clerk, Bob O'Keefe, administered a random draw selection for our Bond Oversight Committee. The committee is an essential part of our commitment to accountability and stewardship of the $400 million infrastructure bond that was approved by voters last November. Assistant City Manager Liz Klotz will walk us through the purpose and the structure of the committee, how members were selected, and the proposed bylaws to guide its work. This is a foundational step to ensure that Measure I is implemented transparently and in alignment with the priorities provided in Measure I and the expenditure plan. With that, I'll turn the presentation over to Liz Klotz. I'll also remind the council that we have a presentation that our finance director was going to present on item 1B. It is really a explanatory timeline presentation, and so we can provide a very brief overview of that tonight. We've cleared that with the city clerk, or we can just submit it into the record, because it really provides a timeline for how bonds will be issued.
I'd like to submit it in the record.
Happy to do that.
Because it's late, and I know we're going to be talking about this. Thank you very much, though. You can go home now. He's like, why did I wait?
All right,
welcome,
good
Liz.
evening.
Thank you.
As you might recall, about maybe 6-7 weeks ago, we were here talking about the selection process for the committee. And tonight, we're going to talk about appointing those committee members, approving the committee bylaws, and also discussing what the role of that alternate committee member will be. For those online, just to kind of give an overview, back in November, this Santa Clara voters approved Measure I, and it is a $400 million general obligation infrastructure bond that will address infrastructure improvements like fire stations, storm drain systems, aquatic facilities, our roads. It is essential in providing funding and repairs and improvements across Santa Clara. It's for our sustainability, our safety, and just for our long-term planning for the city. As part of the Measure I, we are forming the Bond Compliance Oversight Committee, and this ensures accountability, transparency, and also builds our public trust. Just a quick overview about the roles and responsibilities of the committee. They have an oversight function. They will ensure that projects are aligned with the bond measure requirements, including the expenditure plan. They will have an annual report that will be submitted after they review the annual audits. They will also be reviewing and provide recommendations to the City Council on proposed amendments to the expenditure plan. And they will also just provide, inform the public about how these bond proceeds are being spent. What the committee will not do is establish priorities or order of the project implementation. They won't approve project designs. They won't approve or select project consultants or contractors, and they won't select the Measure I auditor. These functions will remain with the city in accordance with our procurement standards, and also City Council will have ultimate approval over these items. The composition of the committee, it's made up of 9 members, 1 large business, 1 small business, and 7 residents. 6 are selected by district, and 1 is an at-large member. We had an application period that started March 18th, that closed on April 29th. And we did have 1 withdrawal. We only had 1 eligible large business applicant, and they withdrew. So we are currently recruiting for that position. Here is the selection. I want to say a big thank you to City Clerk Bob O'Keefe for administering this whole process.
Fantastic job. It was fantastic. Thank you.
Yes. And so these are the members that have been selected by district and small business, and then these are the alternate members. So today we do need some direction. We are requesting direction on how we want the alternate members to serve. They can be an active alternate member where they attend and participate in meetings in place of a primary member when they are absent, similar to how our council committees operate. Or they can be a standby alternate member where they attend or participate when a position has been vacated or a member resigns. And so that's very similar to how most of our commissions operate. So we will ask for direction on that. And then we are going to have you propose the approve the proposed bylaws. So the bylaws include how often the committee will meet. We anticipate them meeting between 3 and 4 times a year, but they will meet as needed is how we have it defined. Their first meeting is scheduled June 4th. They will serve up to 2 full 4-year terms. And as previously stated, the duties of the COC is really to inform the public, review the proposed phases and expenditures, the annual report, and also the recommendations to the amendments to the expenditure plan. City Council, also in the bylaws, we do state City Council's authority, and they retain the approval of all project-related actions, including contracts, expenditure, the bond proceeds, project prioritization, and approval of the sale of the bonds. Here is our updated Phase 1 schedule. On June 4th, we have our Bond 101 training for the committee. On June 10th, the Finance Director will be bringing a resolution authorizing a tax levy for the City Council approval. We will be reviewing the proposed Phase 1 program with the COC in August, with the plan to bring those projects to the City Council for review and direction and approval sometime in August or September, with bond issuance in Q4 or later this year. And so with that, we have a recommendation for the appointment of the Oversight Committee members and the alternate members. And then also, we need direction on the role of the alternate member for the Bond Compliance Oversight Committee, and then approval of those bylaws.
Okay, we'll start with questions. I have a question, and that is, do both the members and the alternates get trained on June 4th?
Sorry, that's a great question. And the plan is, sorry, I should take all questions, but the plan is to have them all trained at once. Yep.
Okay. All right, Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. First off, I will say I like the idea of the more active alternate for a lot of reasons. Even if they're there and don't ever, quote, vote, they are more eyes of our public when we don't always have our public show up to things. But I was really confused about your term limits because you said no more than 2 consecutive 4-year terms, but a bunch of these are 2-year terms. And is it similar to how our commissioners, how we have them asked to stay on, or would they need to, quote, win the lottery again?
No, so yes, they will be asked to stay on for an additional term. And I thought you were going to go in. So those who are serving an initial 2-year term can actually serve up to 10 years because they'll get 2 full 4-year terms afterwards. But if they do not want to stay on, then we would go through a lottery process to fill that position.
So Bob
we're gonna
doesn't
ask all
get
the
to play with
questions at once.
You don't get to play with those balls that often, is what you're saying. And that was very entertaining.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Cox?
Thank you. I, again, one comment and one question. I, again, think that the active membership is a great idea. I'm wondering if there will be a portion of the bylaws that speaks to attendance requirements. I think one of the great things about having an active participant is that if a district primary representative isn't there for a substantial amount of time, that district loses representation. And so unless there's like a penalty or somebody can be removed after missing a certain number of days, keeping that active person would benefit that. And then I just had a question about the large business recruiting you said you were doing. I think the term recruiting means that like we're out there asking people, which would kind of violate our random process selection. Well, perhaps not, but how are we doing that? How are we asking people?
Yeah,
how are we spreading that word equitably?
Can we answer at the end? I know it's hard. I know it's hard. Councilmember Jane.
I had the similar question about the recruitment of the large business representative. I do like the fact that the alternate members would be attending the meetings before the primary leaves.
Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. Question is on, I do like the active one, but question is, if the primary member resigns after finishing his, let's say, 2-year term, does the active still continue after that 2-year term?
All right, any other question?
That's it.
Okay, that's it for our questions?
Okay, so on the first one about absence, we do have a provision in the bylaws that say that if they have 2 unexcused absences in a row, then they've essentially vacated their position. There's no limit on the excuse.
If they're absent, then the alternate jumps in.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah, active alternate, that's correct.
Active alternate.
And if, yes, that's correct. And we would not be recruiting for another alternate if there wasn't an active alternate. And then your next question on recruiting the large business, we are working with the business community. We're going to have to really target those companies because it's really limited to large companies 50 and over that are headquartered in Santa Clara, and there's not very many of them. And so we're going to have to just do a bigger blast working with our chamber to see if they can help target some of those companies as well. Yeah, it's a difficult one. And then Councilmember Chahal, your question was if they resign after the 2-year term, does the alternate fill the position? That's a good question. I don't think we've kind of addressed that. City Attorney, do you have?
No, I think that if you choose the active alternate position, you're kind of getting both things, right? They would substitute in if a person couldn't attend, to take their place, and they would serve as a standby alternate and assume the position. So I think that's the intent, is that it would be, in effect, both things. The other thing I just wanted to clarify, too, just to avoid any misunderstanding, the concept of the active alternate isn't that they would be attending all the meetings. It's that if a person wasn't able to attend, they would attend in their place. They could certainly go to the meetings if they wanted to, but they wouldn't be required, and they would be in the audience. They wouldn't be seated, and they wouldn't be required to go as the active alternate, just to be clear in terms of the intent and how that would work. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councilmember Chahal, follow-up?
Follow-up question on that. Does the rule of 2 unexcused absences apply to active alternates too? Let's say the primary is excused. Basically now the active has to fill in his place. And if he doesn't fill in for more than 2 times, does he get voted out?
Yeah, that's also not defined. I would think that it wouldn't be, because sometimes those alternates aren't going to be available to attend all of the committee meetings. And so I think it's, if they're available, they can sit in their place. But I think the way the bylaws are written is really to the active members that are currently seated.
Yeah, and just to piggyback on that, by a practical matter, we would poll. We would have a date, we would poll to make sure that we can get a quorum and have the majority of people attend, but of the members, right? But if a member couldn't attend, we wouldn't then now re-poll to see can the alternate attend. And so then if you're not re-polling for that alternate's attendance and then you ding them for not being able to come, that's a challenge, right? And so we would always attempt to make sure that there's a quorum and ideally schedule it at a time where everyone can be there. But it would be too much of a challenge to every time a primary said that they couldn't attend, now we're polling for the alternate. So we're really going to poll for the primary membership. And if the primary member cannot attend, alert the alternate that they're able to attend in their place.
Just wanted to make sure we have set guidelines. No confusions down the line.
Should I put it on the recommendation slide?
Yes, please. So may I ask for a motion with an active alternate? Councilmember Chahal?
Madam Mayor, we do need to go to the public too, I think, still. I don't think we've gone yet, have we?
Did I not go to public?
I don't think so yet, Mayor.
Okay, let me go to the public. Is there any member of the public, Harry, would you like to speak on this issue?
Harry respectfully
I don't see
declines.
anyone online. Okay, it's not a public hearing, so we don't have to close the public hearing. Councilmember Chahal?
Make a motion to accept staff recommendation with an active, alternate member.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Councilmember Park, your light's on.
Yeah, so I have a question about that, meaning, if we're worried about the transition, because it does seem that when the primary term is out, that the alternate would also term out. But what if we said, well, for the people that have alternates in that 4 years, the 4-year terms, the alternates would have 2-year terms and they would be staggered. The alternates would be staggered compared to the primary members. I don't know how that works, but I think at some point it would work for both 4-year term and 2-year term members. You would have somebody that would provide a little bit of consistency across across terms. I also know that we have committees. I'm the alternate for several committees, and I go to a lot of meetings. Sometimes I attend meetings because the topic is so important that I need to know what topics people are talking about. I attend for example, I attend most of the VTA briefings because I need to know what the issues are in the case that I am called in to serve. But in every single case that I've had to go, it's been the primary's responsibility to make sure that the alternate can go. And I think, maybe if we had something that would, make that a little bit more apparent, that it's your responsibility if you can't make it to make sure that the alternate is informed. I'm also looking at how we did the lottery, and I understand that we kind of mirrored the council with one person from every district and an at-large member. But then I remember hearing that we wanted this to be fair, so that one district, no district would have more representatives than another. But I like the fact that it's just an oversight committee, so they don't have the fact that we've got an at-large member that immediately puts 2 representatives in one district won't have that much of effect. It's supposed to be an oversight committee. But I'm also thinking in the future, if we had members based on roles or other criteria, for example, families or students in schools.
Councilmember Park, we didn't do any of that, and we're moving on with this.
I know, but at some point, we
I need to stay on topic.
We may come up with criteria, because it sounds like there are some things that have not been fully thought out for selecting alternates, for selecting new members. And I want to know if there's, if it's possible to change the selection criteria for the future. Because at some point, we're not doing it here. I'm not proposing that we do it right now, but at some point, it sounds like we've got a lot of questions where we don't have a lot of things defined for how we're going to do things.
I think it was defined in the vote, so city attorney?
Yeah, I can speak to that, Madam Mayor. Yeah, the only requirement was residency. We did overlay of the districts because that wasn't contrary to the concept of residency. To add additional qualification criteria now would be inconsistent with what the voters took action on.
And I'm not suggesting that. My recommendation would be that the voters would need to act to add any additional criteria.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
Understood, but we could propose that.
City Clerk, would you like to say anything? You sat here all night. I want to give you an opportunity at 11 o'clock.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just want to thank the staff. The city clerk's office did the line work of all the applications and the verifications, and I believe it was staff from the city manager's office actually set up the presentation itself. And there was a little blip in the middle, and I believe it was the assistant city manager who actually caught that when I looked back at the tape. So we got through that, and I moved the balls around. And there was a suggestion about assigning the numbers originally, and I think that came from Councilmember Chahal and Councilmember Hardy. Next time we might look at a different way of assigning the numbers before we did that. But there was a lot of people. I think there was 117 applicants. So
it was a lot.
Yes.
Yeah.
So there was a lot of good work done by staff, Nora's staff, and city manager staff. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, City Clerk. All right. So we have a motion and a second for the staff recommendation with an active alternate member. Register your vote.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, and that passes unanimously. Thank you. So we're moving on to reports of members of special committees. Do we have any? Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, last week there was a special NCPA commission meeting in the city of Roseville, and we had the opportunity to visit their Utility Exploration Center, which is right next to their library. And they have They explain where the energy comes from, where the water comes from, how water's recycled. They actually have a whole topographical map designed to show you where all the pipes are for purple pipes and water pipes and where the reservoirs are. Something the city had proposed for the city of Santa Clara before COVID. I was very impressed. I think they said they have 58,000 visitors to the utility exploration center. So something for us to be thinking about.
Thank you. Councilmember Hardy?
I just want to say that the next meeting we're going to adjourn to is Thursday, May 29th in the morning, and that is my second to last day of teaching, and so I cannot miss that. So I have fun at the training, and I hope we do that again for those of us who couldn't make it. Thank you.
Thank you. City Manager's Executive Director?
Really quick, our new Water and Sewer Director, John Ramirez, today was his first day. We will formally introduce him to the City Council and the community at your next meeting on June 10th, your next regularly scheduled meeting on June 10th. And we will also have a nice thank you and farewell to the current outgoing Director, Gary Welling, at the same meeting.
That was a surprise. Okay. Thanks, City Manager. All right. No. I'm going to ask that the council adjourn tonight's meeting in memory of Ray Hashimoto. Ray Hashimoto was a resident of Santa Clara and president and CEO of HMH Engineers. Ray's work can be seen across the Bay Area, notably in Santa Clara. He was instrumental in many projects, but one of his prime projects was the development of Irvine Company's Santa Clara Square. Ray was a trained city planner and worked for Bay Area jurisdictions before joining HMH Engineers. He was a mentor to many in the field of city planning throughout the Bay Area. Ray was a volunteer in the Santa Clara community and has been serving on the city's task force working on the Santa Clara Station Area Specific Plan. Ray will be remembered for his community service, his gregarious personality, and his warm smile. Ray is survived by his wife Sharon, 2 sons Kevin, wife Morgan, and Curtis, daughter Katie, husband Alex, and 4 grandchildren. May I ask that we adjourn in memory of Ray Hashimoto?
So moved.
Second.
Motion second to adjourn in his memory. Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. This meeting's adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Get home safely.